Chapter 1366. Bye. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his calm face. Back then, when he learned that the fiend race reinforcements were rushing over, he wondered if Bai would come. Unexpectedly, she really did come. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and activated the formation plate in his hand. Then, he easily landed on the city wall. Xiaochen saw not only Xianxia and Bai on the city wall but many of his friends as well. First, senior sister Shui Lingling, the fiend race's peacock king Kong Yuan, and the fox king's personal disciple, Yuan Su, were all there. When Bai saw Xiaochen arrive, she immediately stepped forward without any fear and grabbed Xiaochen's arm. Then, she giggled and said, "Elder brother Xiaochen, why are you only here now? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." Xiaochen smiled and said, "I was already very fast. If I had known that Bai was here, I would have been even faster." When Xiao Bai heard these words, a blush appeared on her fair face. She did not look like the famous adopted daughter of the Fox King, the next successor of the Fiend King. Shui Lingling knew about the relationship between Bai and Xiaochen, so she did not mind. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Don't let the Vice Sect Master and the others wait too long." Right. The conversation between people of the same generation was very lively. As the group spoke, they arrived at the palace lord's residence. Along the way, Xiaochen discovered many buildings in the city. Although there were formations supporting them, they were already significantly damaged. Dusk hung over the city walls, making everyone feel somewhat worried. This made everyone feel somewhat worried. After the repeated attacks, the damage that Meteor Trail City received was slowly increasing. Over time, the more time passed, the greater the pressure of defending the city would be. Formations also needed time to be maintained. However, the deity Dao Union's attacks rarely stopped. The speed of repair was far slower than the speed of damage. However, there was no fear of the city breaking. The fear was that the moment the city was broken, they would not be able to retreat easily and the other party would break through several layers of formations. For example, it was like this at the start. The reinforcements of the deity Dao Union's ghost race, deity race, and corpse race suddenly arrived. The Haotian sect was caught off guard, and the martial artists at the outermost perimeter retreated one after another. As for the deity Dao Union, they did not give Xiaochen any time to catch his breath, frantically giving chase. The Haotian sect only managed to regain their footing after breaking through 5 layers of formations. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the Great Hall of the City Lord residence of Meteor Trail City. In the main hall, the people in charge of the other nodes had already arrived. Sitting in the middle was Vice Sect Master Fong Baiyu. The Fiend Race Great Emperor Jiang Chuan and the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su sat on his left and right. In the entire hall, there were only 3 people who had the cultivation of Great Emperor, and the rest only had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Before the arrival of the monster race Emperor Jiang Chuan, there were only 2 greater celestial Emperor Wu guarding the entire 9th layer of the formation. The pressure of the deity Dao Union's attack was easy to imagine. It was not that the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace did not have other greater celestial Emperor Wu. It was just that the other greater celestial Emperor Wu had even more intense battles to fight and could not free himself. Seeing Xiaochen enter, the 3 greater celestial emperors smiled faintly and stood up at the same time to welcome him. Fong Baiyu walked over with large strides and sized up Xiaochen. He said, "Not bad. I still remember the first time I met you. You were not even a martial sage. Now, in a mere 10 years, you have already become an influential person in the entire Kunlun realm. Everyone, let me make introductions. This is the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, the Dragon's Gate's master. He is also the disciple that my Haotian sect is most proud of. After guarding Maple Leaf Lake for 2 days, he already killed 3 Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union. Whoosh! The crowd was shocked. Killing 3 martial emperors in 2 days, this result was too valiant. Normally, even if Emperor Wu could not defeat his opponent, he would still be able to flee. Unless the difference in strength was too great, there would be no way to kill Emperor Wu. After all, the Haotian sect and the deity Dao Union had been at war for a long time. They had severely injured many Emperor Wu. However, the number of Emperor Wu killed could be counted on 2 hands. Bai opened his eyes wide and said with a smile, "Elder brother Xiaoqin is really incredible. You are still as incredible as before." And Juanxi and the others also revealed shock in their eyes. They had long heard of the Blue Dragon King's name. Now that they personally heard of his accomplishments, they realized that he truly lived up to his name. Immediately, everyone present stood up and greeted Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin had already experienced many situations. He smiled and dealt with them calmly, not arrogant or impatient. After exchanging greetings, Fang Baiyu got everyone to take a seat and discuss countermeasures. At the same time, the upper echelon of the various races gathered in the headquarters of the deity Dao Union, which was responsible for attacking the ground. They frowned heavily as they read the battle reports. There was a total of 6 people in the room: the deity race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor Lang Jingyang, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianxing, 2 old men from the White Emperor City and the Divine Martial Gate, and 2 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors from the Ghost race and the Corpse race. Without exception, these 6 people were all Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. They were also the ones responsible for attacking Meteor Trail City. Compared to Meteor Trail City, which only had 3 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors, the deity Dao Union side was more than twice as strong. What does everyone think about this node at Maple Leaf Lake? Ling Jingyang asked softly as he put down the report in his hand. At Maple Leaf Lake, the Ghost race elites were completely wiped out. Of the 4 Emperor Wus, 1 died and 3 were injured. Of all the nodes of the battle, the casualties were the most severe, nearly unbearable. The Corpse race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor smiled and said, "The Ghost race Emperor Wu is only so-so. He seems even weaker than my Corpse race." Some time ago, the Corpse race lost 2 Emperor Wus. The Ghost race old man mocked the Corpse race old man. Now that there was an opportunity, the Corpse race Emperor Wu naturally retorted rudely. The Ghost race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor snorted coldly and said, "That is the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin. Even if it were you, you would not be able to do anything to him. Stop arguing. In my opinion, we might as well give up on this node. The 6 of us have to attack Meteor Trail City and cannot get away. As for the other minor Heavenly Emperor Wus, they are just cannon fodder. As long as we take down Meteor Trail City, he will have no choice but to retreat." The Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianxing suggested. "Speaking of which, when are the 3,000 Emperor Wus of your deity race preparing to make a move? As long as the deity race steals themselves, the 3,000 Emperor Wus will be able to sweep through the entire Haotian sect in an instant." The old man from the White Emperor City said with some dissatisfaction. The moment this old man said that, the Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors of the other races immediately looked at Lang Jingyang. The deity race relied on the power of faith. They claimed to have 3,000 deities, all of them as strong as Emperor Wu. Although those that relied on faith to advance to Martial Emperor were weaker, there were too many of them. If they attacked at the same time, even a prime would fear them. Lang Jingyang's expression turned serious as he said, "That is the trump card of my deity race. How can we use it so easily? I heard that the Corpse race has been raising several hundred Emperor-grade demonic corpses for the past tens of thousands of years. Why do I not see the Corpse race taking them out? There is also the Ghost race's Demon Soul Army and the 3 Holy Masters' Holy Beast totems. I have not seen you use any of them." No one was a fool. The various races all had strong trump cards. However, they would definitely not use them so easily in the Haotian sect, a battlefield that had not reached its bottom yet. Once the various races lost their trump cards, the damage would be to the luck of their entire race. If things went wrong, they might even face extinction. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. It was clear that although the deity Dao union was strong, the various races and factions might not be of one mind. They all held back from each other, each harboring their own little schemes. Humph. In any case, your deity race is the strongest. This deity Dao union is also something that your deity race gathered. In this war, you should put in more effort, the corpse race greater heavenly martial emperor said coldly. Su Qianxing tried to smooth things over, saying, let's not talk about this anymore. After all, we are just minor characters and cannot really make any decisions. Even if Brother Leng wants to use more of the deity race's strength, he would have to get the deity sovereign's permission first. It is the same for us. The resistance of the disagreement still stemmed from the fact that the Haotian sect was simply too difficult to deal with. Even with the strength of the greater heavenly martial emperors present, they felt that breaking the 9th layer of formations would be somewhat difficult. If they continued fighting, the losses would only increase. The fall of every Emperor Wu was a heart-wrenching loss. My deity Dao union is so strong, breaking the other party's 9th layer of formations. It looks like the Haotian sect will be destroyed soon. Why is it that the more we fight, the less confident everyone seems to be? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside the room. Di Wuk led Tian Yushi, the 3 holy masters, Xing Ju, and Xie Zishuan in with large strides. Di Wuk looked radiant, his face brimming with smiles. His countenance brimmed with confidence. Greetings, Divine Son. The many greater heavenly martial emperors in the room quickly stood up and greeted him. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am here with the orders of the Alliance Chief and the various Vice-Alliance Chiefs. The great decisive battle will arrive soon. No matter how the Haotian sect resists, it will find it hard to escape destruction. Chapter 1367. The discussions in Meteor Trail City were somewhat dull, as most of them could not make any substantial suggestions. They knew very little about the deity Dao union. However, in today's battle, the Haotian Exalt had defeated the heaven-punishing corpse god by half a move, causing everyone's morale to be higher. In addition, Xiaoqin had killed 3 Emperor Wu in 2 days. Therefore, the group of people present were quite optimistic about defending the 9th formation circle. Xiao Chen's expression was calm and unruffled. He only listened quietly and didn't speak much. Xiao Chen's opinion was different from the others. Right now, the deity Dao union had not truly displayed its might yet. The situation was not optimistic, even somewhat pessimistic. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Speak your mind. There's no need to keep silent. Fang Baiyu, who was sitting in the middle, smiled and pointed at Xiao Qin. After being called out by the vice sect master in front of everyone, Xiao Qin had something he wanted to say. After organizing his thoughts, he said, in the past 2 days, although the battles at the various nodes were intense, I feel that the deity Dao union is far from exerting its full strength. Be prepared to retreat at any time. Otherwise, you might be caught unprepared and lose several positions. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar and incessant discussion. Blue Dragon King, aren't you boosting their morale by saying that? During this period of battle, although our defense was dangerous, none of the nodes were breached. The deity Dao union's losses are more than 3 times ours. It would not be wrong to say that they suffered heavy losses. That's right. Not to mention that our fellow demons have also arrived. Isn't that even more impregnable? Blue Dragon King, you are too humble. Now, there are only 9 formations left. If we retreat 1 formation, we'll have 1 less. When the final battle arrives, the Supremes and Great Emperors will be in a very passive position. That's right, we can't retreat. There were many opinions, but most of them shook their heads and disagreed with Xiao Chen's view. Bai blinked and said, everyone, don't be in a hurry to deny it. Let's listen to Big Brother Xiao Chen first. Big Brother Xiao Chen must have other ideas. Fang Baiyu was also astonished at Xiao Chen's opinion. Although he had guessed that the deity Dao Union would make a big move, he had never thought of retreating. This was because they no longer had any capital to retreat. After exchanging glances with the two people on his left and right, he smiled and said, Brother Xiao Chen, we are now at a critical juncture of war. You can't say such disheartening words. Let's end our discussion here. Everyone, please go back and guard your nodes well. As long as the node is not broken, no matter how strong the deity Dao Union is, we will wear them down. When Bai heard this, he immediately became anxious. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Kong Yuan and Yuan Su. Xiao Chen laughed bitterly in his heart, not giving him a chance to speak at all. However, he also understood Fang Baiyu's actions. At this juncture, retreating would greatly affect their morale. Right now, everyone still had some morale. If they took the initiative to retreat and that morale scattered, the consequences would be dire. Hence, Fang Baiyu did not argue. Then, the people in charge of the nodes walked out of the hall calmly, not revealing much on their faces. Junior brother Xiao Chen, wait for a moment. First senior sister Shui Lingling, Bai, and the others chased after Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stopped and turned his head back. First senior sister, what's the matter? Shui Lingling sighed and said, don't take it to heart. Right now, the vice sect masters and the others are under a lot of pressure. They are not purposely not giving you a chance to speak. However, Bai was clearly dissatisfied. She said softly, what elder brother Xiao Chen says is definitely right. Bai does not understand why elder brother Xiao Chen is not given a chance to speak. Xiao Chen said seriously, first senior sister, I understand what you are saying. However, it is fine if you don't say it. I will not get angry over such a small matter. There is no need to worry for me. After saying that, he looked at Bai and said, little lass, there is no need to complain about this. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world. It is just that the perspective is different. And Juanxi, who was at the side, said, actually, I agree with Xiao Chen's view. However, right now, Haotian City does not have much capital to retreat. The first senior sister added, Haotian City's formation circles are in groups of 3. If we give up on the 9th layer, the 7th and 8th layer will have to retreat as well. In other words, we only have 3 chances to retreat. We simply cannot do so. Xiao Chen nodded and said, there is no need to worry. No matter what, I will do my best to guard the node, Maple Leaf Lake. After the battle is over, we will find an opportunity to meet up. And Juanxi smiled and said, all right, it's a deal. We all have to live. Bai will work hard as well, Bai said seriously as she clenched her fists. Take care. Xiao Chen performed a cup fist salute and bid farewell to everyone, then rushed to Maple Leaf Lake. Inside the Great Hall, the fiend race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor Jiang Chuan showed a somewhat grave expression. He rapped his knuckles on the table and said, this Xiao Chen does not seem to know how to conduct himself. He is not like a greenhorn youth, speaking without thinking. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su added, at the crucial moment, he said to make preparations to retreat in front of everyone. This is simply immature. Now, it is hard to take back what is done. The people in charge of those nodes are probably thinking of holding back. Fang Baiyu, who sat in the middle, appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, Xiao Chen was still considered a member of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chen did not know the rules. Even if he felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything. The 3 powerhouses immediately felt somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Chen. All this was because of a careless remark. Never mind, never mind. No matter what the people in charge of the other nodes are thinking, let us bear more responsibility. Young people are still somewhat inconsiderate. I apologize to the two of you. Fang Baiyu performed a cupped fist salute. When Wang Su and Jiang Chuan saw the situation, they could only accept it helplessly. However, they could not help but feel some dissatisfaction in their hearts. They had gone through so much trouble to come here to guard Meteor Trail City. Yet, their own people attacked them in front of everyone, saying to prepare to retreat at any time, completely ignoring their efforts in the past few days. After returning to Maple Leaf Lake, Xiaochen told his children about what happened in the hole. Mo Chen's and Yu Bingyun's expressions changed slightly, finding this somewhat strange. They exchanged helpless glances. The two girls were very intelligent. How could they not understand that Xiaochen had committed a great taboo? There were some things that could not be said in front of everyone, even if they were the truth. Fang Baiyu gathered everyone together to discuss countermeasures and boost morale. At this difficult moment, he wanted the people in charge of the other nodes to not be disloyal. However, Xiaochen said some things honestly. Naturally, the situation turned somewhat strange. Mo Chen consoled, "Big brother Xiaochen, there is no need to overthink. This bit of grievance is nothing. Just remember your original intentions in coming to help the Haoyan sect. You are indebted to the Haoyan sect. Just do your best." Yu Bingyun added, "Xiaochen, no matter what, we will support you from the side." Xiaochen felt a warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, a small matter could cause so many people to worry for him. He shook his head and smiled. "Naturally, I understand the ways of the world. However, there are some problems that I can clearly see through. However, because of some external factors, I have to hold it in and not say anything. This is not in line with my character. If something really happens, I will find it hard to calm down. Even if I have to suffer some grievances, I will not feel bad about it." This was how Xiaochen was. If it were a sect that he did not have a deep relationship with, no matter how much he saw through it, he would not say anything. However, Xiaochen's feelings for the Haoyan sect were too deep. Even if he knew that no one would accept what he said, he had to say it. Time passed day by day. However, Xiaochen's words were not verified. The deity Dao Union attacked continuously. However, the Haoyan sect, which still relied on the advantage of formations, could not do much. Instead, the deity Dao Union suffered losses, suffering unspeakable misery. While the intense battles continued in the other nodes, Maple Leaf Lake, where Xiaochen was, became peaceful. For the past half a month, Maple Leaf Lake had not suffered any attacks, not giving Xiaochen a chance to make a move. Meteor Trail City's side also did not summon Xiaochen to help. Xiaochen, who had been preparing to make a move, found peace instead. This vast battle that changed the color of the sky for thousands of kilometers around no longer had anything to do with him. However, Xiaochen did not think too much about it. The more things were like this, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Amid this chaos, his heart became even more calm. He worked day and night, perfecting the flawless saber technique's second move, Dragon Subduing Stance. Chapter 1368. The second move of the flawless saber technique was derived from the Dragon Subduing Slash. However, this time, Xiaochen had a new understanding and view of it. His main focus was on his own strength. When Xiaochen's vital qi reached close to 1 million vital qi dragons, he could naturally turn into a dragon and move about in his body, roaring in all directions. This was a natural mysterious phenomenon that did not require much tempering. With a thought, he could produce a mysterious phenomenon, 100 dragons dancing wildly. This was especially so when Xiaochen saw the heaven-punishing corpse god move his fingers slightly and drive out 1,000 vital qi dragons, easily subduing it with one palm strike. At that time, Xiaochen wondered if it was possible to subdue 100 vital qi dragons with one saber strike. After a few more deductions, it became even more perfect and suited to him. First, Xiaochen used his vital qi to form the most realistic mysterious phenomenon, materializing a soaring true dragon with an unparalleled berserk aura. Then, he used his strong mental energy to add the finishing touch, making this mysterious phenomenon indistinguishable from the real and fake. After that, he gathered primordial energy and infused it into the true dragon's body, turning the fake into the real mysterious phenomenon, making it even more tyrannical and ferocious than a true dragon's. Finally, he executed the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber to suppress and subdue the 100 true dragons. Xiaochen used the might of the true dragons to strengthen his saber. The more ferocious the might of the true dragons, the stronger the saber technique would be. This simple saber strike brought out Xiaochen's vital qi, mental energy, and primordial energy to the fullest. For the past half-month, Xiaochen had a rare moment of leisure. He spent most of his time studying and perfecting this saber strike. Suddenly, explosions rang out on the calm lake surface. 5 huge dragons emerged from the lake under Xiaochen's feet. The dragons roared, and another 5 huge dragons flew out from behind Xiaochen. 10 dragons flew up and circled around Xiaochen. Xiaochen continuously simulated the many true dragons he saw in the distant sea dragon grave in his mind. At the same time, magic energy burned continuously in his sea of consciousness. 10 dragon souls made of pure mental energy suddenly formed. With a thought, Xiaochen leaped out of his forehead and entered the 10 true dragon mysterious phenomena in front. Instantly, it was like adding a finishing touch to a dragon. The huge dragon that was formed from vital qi was like a huge finishing touch. In an instant, he had a soul, becoming very lively. This was especially so for his pair of eyes, which carried the natural might of a dragon, making people not dare to look directly at him. Xiaochen drove the primordial energy in his heart of an emperor. Then, he pushed his palms forward. Each of his palms contained 5 strands of primordial energy. Powerful primordial energy seeped into the true dragon manifestations like blood coursing through their bodies. Thump! Thump! The fish swimming in the lake leaped out of the water in a panic. With a splash, all the fish within 10,000 meters fled. Within the surging waves, there were even more enormous ones that shot up into the sky. That was the powerful spirit beast at the bottom of the lake, which had sensed the threat, and was fleeing as fast as it could. Roar! Suddenly, one of the 10 true dragons flew over and bared its fangs and claws at Xiaochen, roaring non-stop. Xiaochen squinted and saw that this true dragon mysterious phenomena was covered in dragon scales. Its mouth had dragon fangs and dragon tongues. Even though Xiaochen clearly knew that he materialized these true dragon mysterious phenomena, his mental state still fluctuated. He thought that a true dragon was going to swallow him up. Scatter! Xiaochen casually waved his hand, and the 10 true dragon mysterious phenomena instantly vanished, turning into strong winds that scattered. The berserk aura and horrifying dragon might disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Xiaochen muttered to himself, "I'm too slow. I have to execute the 3 steps at the same time. Finally, I have to turn into a saber and use the saber to subdue the dragon. Otherwise, the success rate will not be high." The progress was not very smooth. However, it was still fine. Over the past half-month, Xiaochen had already figured out the general direction. All that was left was the problem of familiarity. Now, there were only 10 dragons, and they already had such a strong aura. In the future, the might of the 100 dragons, 1,000 dragons, and 10,000 dragons would be unimaginably strong. When Xiaochen looked up, the night sky was dark. There were no stars or moonlight. A suppressive feeling lingered in his heart, lingering. Xiaochen was not in a good mood due to some worries in his heart. He was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating. He carried the sword box on his back and gently pushed off the lake with his feet. Then, he drifted away like a wild goose. Taking advantage of the night, he went to Yu Bingyun's room alone. Without knocking, Xiaoqin just silently entered. Yu Bingyun, who was reading in the room, was startled. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing here so late at night?" The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she suddenly revealed a bashful expression. Sneaking in the middle of the night, a man and woman alone, it was like, with this thought, Yu Bingyun could not help blushing even more. She felt conflicted in her heart as she buried her head. It was rare for the holy daughter to show the bashfulness of a young girl. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin was not in the mood to appreciate it. He said, "Miss Yu, sorry for disturbing you so late at night. Can you help me see how much time I have left?" This disappointment immediately appeared in Yu Bingyun's heart. So, that was the case. However, she quickly covered it up. The meaning behind Xiaoqian's words was unclear. Others might not understand, but Yu Bingyun instantly understood. The first person to discover Xiaoqian's physiological lifespan was Yu Bingyun. Now that the 5 years were almost up, it would be best for Yu Bingyun to help check again. At the mention of this, Yu Bingyun immediately dispelled those petty thoughts, her expression turning grave. Then, she placed her hand on Xiaoqian's wrist and started to check it seriously. Xiaoqian felt a cold aura penetrate deep into his bones, traveling everywhere in his body. When it finished traveling through his entire body, Yu Bingyun's expression turned somewhat unsightly. "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you only have 1 month left. If you still cannot advance to Martial Emperor in 1 month, you will not be able to do so. If you still cannot advance to Martial Emperor in 1 month, the hidden injuries deep in your bones will erupt, and your body will immediately decline. It will be very difficult for you to advance to Martial Emperor in this life." After thinking for a while, Yu Bingyun still said this, something that she was unwilling to say. 1 month. Xiaoqin felt somewhat surprised. Originally, he estimated that he still had at least 2 months. Unexpectedly, he only had 1 month left. Fortunately, he was more cautious and asked Yu Bingyun in advance. "I suggest that young Master Xiao leave the Haotian sect now and undergo your tribulation in peace. Furthermore, right now, all the major characters are attracted by the Haotian sect. This is the best time for you to undergo your tribulation." After thinking for a while, Yu Bingyun gave her suggestion. Xiaoqin fell silent. Originally, he had intended to wait for the Haotian sect's crisis to pass before undergoing his tribulation in peace. However, right now, the Haotian sect's war seemed to be in a stalemate. It seemed like this would continue for a long time. "I can't wait any longer." Xiaoqin closed his eyes, and a scene immediately appeared before him. The Emperor's bridge that spanned the chasm was already completed. The Emperor's door was in sight. Xiaoqin was just 1 step away from crossing the chasm and summoning out the Emperor's door. Yu Bingyun continued, "As for the helpers of the oceanic world, you can hand the summoning token to Mo Qin. When necessary, younger sister Mo Qin can activate it. You should also know that after this war, your strength alone is not enough to change the entire situation." Xiaoqin was a decisive person. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. Xiaoqin opened his eyes, and determination flashed in them. He nodded and said, "It looks like that is the only way. I can only help the Haotian sect to this extent. I believe Big Brothering will understand me. I will speak to him tomorrow." "Right." When Yu Bingyun heard that, she revealed a smile on her face. If Xiaoqin stubbornly insisted on staying, she would not be able to dissuade Xiaoqin. Buzz. 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 Just at this moment, the tea sets, porcelain, and other decorations in the room suddenly started shaking for no reason. "Cassier. Cassier." Closely following that, all the tea sets shattered, turning into shards flying everywhere. Xiaochen released his aura slightly, and the shards flying at the two froze in the air. Come, let's go out and take a look. The two's expressions changed slightly. After Xiaochen said that, he immediately rushed out with Yu Bingyun. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen opened the door, he was immediately blinded by a red light. When they got used to this intense light, they were shocked to discover that it came from the sky above Meteor Trail City. Elder Ma had said that such flames would appear only when Meteor Trail City was in great danger. Oh no! Xiaochen, what you worried about probably happened, Yu Bingyun said with a worried expression. Yu Bingyun said worriedly. Coincidentally, just as Xiaochen made his decision, this happened. Elder Ma and Imochen rushed over at the same time. They said in a fluster, Blue Dragon King, Meteor Trail City is in danger. We need to go and provide reinforcements. Chapter 1369. There was no need for Elder Ma to say anything. Naturally, Xiaochen knew that Meteor Trail City needed reinforcements. All of you, withdraw. There is no need to guard Maple Leaf Lake. Retreat as far as you can. It would be best if you can retreat to Haotian City. Xiaochen made a prompt decision, speaking calmly. Why? Elder Ma and the others looked at Xiaochen in confusion. They could not understand why Xiaochen did not want them to guard Maple Leaf Lake but wanted them to withdraw at this moment. Don't ask why. Elder Ma, lead the people and leave quickly. Xiaochen looked straight at Elder Ma, and an invisible might erupted from him. Xiaochen's tone was calm, but it exuded an irrefutable pressure. After looking at Elder Ma for 3 seconds, he helplessly made his choice. The Blue Dragon King has ordered us to retreat quickly. Under Elder Ma's call, the disciples guarding Maple Leaf Lake retreated helplessly despite feeling dissatisfied and confused. The main reason was that Xiaochen's prestige was sufficient to convince these people. Even if the orders were strange, no one resisted. After a while, Maple Leaf Lake emptied, leaving only Yu Bingyun and Imo Chin. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. I knew that the two of you would not leave. However, if you really encounter danger, please retreat immediately. Promise me, and I'll bring you to Meteor Trail City. If not, I won't. Yu Bingyun and Imochen exchanged glances, apparently discussing something. Soon, Imochen smiled softly and said, Big brother Xiaochen, don't worry. Elder sister Bingyun and I are not stubborn people. We will not hold you back or cause you trouble. We will definitely take care of ourselves at crucial moments. Don't say that. Don't ever think that way. Being able to get to know you is my greatest fortune, Xiaochen. No matter when or where, you will not be a burden to me, Xiaochen, forever. After Xiaochen said that, he stretched out his hand and beckoned. The formation spirit of Maple Leaf Lake broke out of the water and turned into a huge bird shining with spiritual light. The three soared into the air one after another and landed on the back of the huge bird. The huge bird gave a sharp cry and quickly carried the three to Meteor Trail City. At the same time, the people at the node whereby was located in the 9th layer of formations also panicked. They all stared dumbfoundedly at the fiery light that shot into the sky, making the night more piercing than day. Young Miss, Meteor Trail City is going to provide reinforcements, Yuan Su said with a grave expression. Yuan Su said with a grave expression. He had not expected that the battle, which had been going very smoothly, would suddenly turn into a crisis for Meteor Trail City. Xiao Bai was no longer the same as before. She nodded and said, You and Kong Yuan will accompany me. The rest of you guard here and prevent the deity Dao Union sneak attacks. After he finished speaking, he lightly waved the array plate in his hand. Strong winds gathered, and a ferocious tiger array spirit with wings appeared. The three rode the tiger and flew for Ji for Chin for spirit. Similar scenes were happening at the other nodes. And Juanxi, Shui Lingling, and the others also rushed to Meteor Trail City with the formation spirits in the shortest time possible. The hundreds of formation spirits gave off a flickering light as they tore through the air like beams of light. The light was like fire, as resplendent as the stars. The cries of all kinds of formation spirits resounded in the sky. Within a radius of 10 million kilometers, they all responded to each other. In that instant, the cries of the formation spirits rang out endlessly. In the inner hall of the Haoyan sect, Xianxia and the other greater heavenly martial emperors looked at the sand table in front with extremely grave expressions. The sand table showed the situation of the battle. Every move could be seen clearly. Not only were the formations of the impregnable Meteor Trail City broken, but most of the vast city was also destroyed. The fiery light that shot into the sky was exceptionally piercing. The allied army of the deity Dao Union's 4 races gathered in the dilapidated city, massacring the Haoyan sect disciples. However, the main force was the deity race. Occasionally, beams of golden divine light descended in the sky, looking like stars. Those were the deities of the deity race. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. Each deity was as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, 1/3 of them came to Meteor Trail City. When 1,000 Emperor Wu-level existences worked together, they immediately broke Meteor Trail City's formations. This instantly plunged Meteor Trail City into desperate straits. Everyone thought that the deity race would not use their trump cards in this battle. Unexpectedly, after the deity race numbed the crowd, they suddenly decided to make a move half a month later. This is truly unexpected. Now, even their retreat path is sealed. If we had made preparations to retreat in advance, we would not be as flustered as we are now. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's Vice Palace Master shook his head and sighed softly. The inner hall was filled with greater heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities, and there were quite a few of them. However, this force could not help Meteor Trail City, as they had their own opponents as well. The lesser heavenly Emperor Wu was in charge of defending, while the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was in charge of dealing with sneak attacks. They could be considered as 2 different battlefields, independent yet affecting each other. We have to think of a way to rescue Emperor Wu, who is trapped in Meteor Trail City. Otherwise, all of our formations will be lost. One of the monster race emperor analyzed calmly. On the side of the Haoyan sect, most of the lesser heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities were gathered in Meteor Trail City. Once he was surrounded, the 6th and 3rd formations would be useless without Emperor Wu to guard them. If all of the outer formations were lost, the Haoyan city alone would not be able to unleash the full might of the Heaven and Earth Mountain River formation. Furthermore, with the lesser heavenly Emperor Wu being surrounded and killed, the situation would be even worse. The entire Haoyan sect would be in grave danger. The emperors present shuddered at the thought of this, and were slightly flustered. This is so frustrating. If we head over, we will definitely be stopped by the 3 holy masters. We can only watch on helplessly. The god race is really insane. They even used their trump card. They want to exterminate us. Are they really not afraid that both sides will suffer? Damn it. If the Thunder King was still here, the celestial race would not be so arrogant. Brother Haoyan, what should we do? You make the decision. All the greater heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities turned their gazes towards the supreme being who could even win against the heaven-punishing corpse god. Xianxia looked at the scenes on the sand table and fell silent. After a while, he spoke, "Let's go. Whether or not we will be stopped by the 3 holy masters, we cannot just watch our brothers die. Everyone, follow me and kill our way over." After saying that, Xiaochen looked at a fiend race Peacock King and said, "Brother Peacock, I'll have to trouble you to inform Brother Spirit Fox." The greater heavenly Emperor Wu and the sovereign martial emperors who surpassed greater heavenly Emperor Wu could all sense the determination in Xianxia's words. Actually, it was still far from the time for the final battle. If they fought now, the deity Dao Union would have complete control of the tempo. The situation was extremely disadvantageous. However, out of concern for the safety of his subordinates, Zongtian decided to go all out. We'll leave everything to Brother Haotian. This great me has long been sick of those traitors of the three holy masters. That's right. Before the Thunder King left, he clearly handed the martial god medallion to Brother Haotian. No matter how you look at it, Brother Haotian is the legitimate successor to the Bushan Palace. However, this group of people is not convinced. Let's go. Let's kill to our heart's content. Oftentimes, the attitude of the backbone could affect the morale of the entire team. If Zongtian cowered at this moment or did it out of self-preservation, the morale of the group of people in Meteor Trail City would plummet significantly. Whoosh! In merely a moment, the many major characters in the inner palace tore space and rushed towards Meteor Trail City. In the distance, the many major characters in the inner palace tore space and rushed towards Meteor Trail City at lightning speed. Far behind, Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the three holy masters immediately sensed this fluctuation. Behind them, the greater heavenly Emperor Wu and the sovereign martial emperors of the deity Dao Union also gathered. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said calmly, "Indeed, it is as I expected." In the end, Zongtian still could not hold back. "Holy lords, it will be up to you to block them." The Phoenix's Passion Palace's vermilion bird Holy Lord nodded and said, "That's easy." Since the deity sovereign even mobilized 3,000 deities, naturally, we will not hold back either. With the three of us making a move, we guarantee that we will be able to block Zongtian and not let the three primes make a move. Based on Xiao Chen's tone, it sounded like he was going to use the trump card of the three holy masters, the holy beast totems. Emperor Forsaken nodded in satisfaction. Then, he watched as the three holy masters led half of the greater heavenly martial emperors away. A ghost race greater heavenly martial emperor present pointed to the water screen in front, at the image of Xiao Qin, and asked, "Deity Sovereign, what should we do with this variable, Xiao Qin?" Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and retorted, "How is he a variable? If I really want to kill him, I can squash him to death at any time. I just fear Zongtian using the same method to kill the Divine Sun. The only problem is the gathering token in this fellow's hand. However, it is fine. I naturally have a way to deal with that group of Emperor Wu and primes of the oceanic world." Xiao Chen's expression was calm, as if victory was in his grasp. This gave everyone a strong sense of confidence. The sudden attack of more than 1,000 deity race Emperor Wu had caused most of Meteor Trail City to fall. It seemed like the true decisive battle would start early because of this sudden attack. Clouds started to rise, signaling the arrival of a storm. Chapter 1370. The ant that Emperor Forsaken said could be easily squashed to death was currently riding the huge bird formation Spirit Bird, heading for Meteor Trail City with an indomitable will. "Elder Brother Xiao Qin, promise us to hold back a little. You cannot unleash too much power. Please, do not undergo your tribulation here," Imochen pleaded as she grabbed the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes from behind. Yu Bingyun had already told Imochen about Xiao Chen's physical condition. These words were the two's shared thoughts. Right now, the Haotian province had already become the center of the entire Kunlun realm storm. The risk of undergoing a tribulation here was easy to imagine. "Young Master Xiao, how about you give the convening token to younger sister Mo Qin and leave alone?" Yu Bingyun suggested. Xiao Qin did not know how to answer. After some thought, he said, "Let's go over and take a look first." Originally, Xiao Qin planned to leave the next day. However, with such a situation happening, how could he leave? Boom! Just at this moment, a deafening sound came from an extremely distant place. Along with the voice, a terrifying spatial tremor appeared in the three's field of vision. The space in the distance moved like ripples on water, moving closer and closer as they surged over. The spatial tremor spread so fast that no one could resist it at all. The ripples quickly passed through. Even the towering flame in the sky above Meteor Trail City trembled intensely, looking like it would scatter. Intense pain assaulted them, and blood leaked out of the three's lips. Their complexions paled. Fortunately, this spatial tremor lasted only for an instant. Furthermore, it was just some remnant shock waves. The three only suffered some internal injuries and were fine. What's going on? The epicenter of the spatial ripples does not seem to be from Meteor Trail City. Clearly, it was not from Meteor Trail City. If the spatial ripples were so close, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Xiaochen stopped and opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. His vision immediately extended infinitely. 50,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, all the way until it reached 5 million kilometers. Everywhere Xiaochen's vision passed, he could see the cities, pavilions, mountains, rivers, plants, insects, and ants. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Meteor Trail City, which was 50,000 kilometers away. The city walls were in ruins, and most of the buildings in the city were destroyed. A huge golden deity race warship circled high in the sky. Diwuk stood at the bow of the warship, together with the other deity Dao Union members. He appeared very spirited, looking like he was in charge of everything. Rays of light would occasionally shine down from the giant warship, each ray containing a slight monarch might. That emperor's might wasn't pure, mixed with a lot of faith power, easily distinguishable. However, there were many of them. Light flickered about, and there were no less than 1,000 of them. When the emperor's might linked together, it was exceptionally frightening. More than 1,000 gods surrounded the sky-reaching flames and kept attacking. It seemed like the remaining martial emperors of Meteor Trail City and the other cultivators were all hiding in the towering flames, preparing to defend themselves. Seeing this, Xiaochen already knew why Meteor Trail City had been breached. 1/3 of the god race's 3,000 gods had come. However, this was not the focus of Xiaochen's attention. His gaze continued to extend. Finally, he saw a startling battle in the sky outside Haotian City in the distance. The deity Dao Union and the Haotian sect's sovereign martial emperors, Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, and the primes were all engaged in battle. Xiaochen's heart sank. The deity Dao Union had expected this long ago. The moment Big Brother Ying's group left the city, they were blocked. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was controlling the formation outside the city, this group of martial emperors directly tore space and blocked the group. Closing his heavenly eye, Xiaochen said sullenly, "That is a fluctuation from Haotian City. The sect master's group is blocked by the deity Dao Union's martial emperors. They probably won't be able to come." Upon hearing that, Mo Chen's expression changed slightly. Should we activate the convening token? It seemed like the decisive battle was about to start in advance. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "There's no need." None of the deity Dao Union's primes appeared. Perhaps they are just waiting for me to shatter the convening token. Let's speed up and rush over. As long as the vice sect master and the others can retreat safely and stabilize the 6 formations behind, it will be fine. The situation looked extremely dangerous. However, the crux actually lay in the remaining Emperor Wu of Meteor Trail City, who was surrounded by the deity Dao Union. After a while, Meteor Trail City appeared before them. Before they entered the city, 3 beams of light headed for where Xiaochen was like meteors. "Be careful," Xiaochen said softly. Then, he stopped and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the 3 deity races' so-called deities to arrive. From here, they could already feel the temperature of the flames in Meteor Trail City. The miserable state of Meteor Trail City was a startling sight. There was also the huge deity race warship and the surging emperor's might it gave off, which was very startling. Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun felt somewhat nervous, their palms sweating slightly. The situation in Meteor Trail City was much more severe than they had imagined. Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, my clan's divine son would like to invite you on board to reminisce. The three deity races' deities gave off piercing golden light as they approached and spoke at the same time. Xiaoqin opened his eyes. His eyes looked very ordinary. However, the instant he opened his eyes, the light on the three deity races' deities dimmed. The three deity races' deities revealed extremely horrified expressions, feeling incredibly flustered. Indeed, someone who relied on faith to advance to martial emperor can only be called a false emperor Wu. You are just some foolish mortals. To think that you dare to call yourselves deities. Xiaoqin said coldly, completely ignoring the three's words. Then, he threw both palms, instantly executing thousand-year death and thousand-year flame. The two moons clashed with each other, hot-bloodedness and grief intertwining. This vividly displayed Xiaoqian's current emotions. This was Xiaoqian's strongest palm technique. When executed together with pure primordial energy, the brilliant emperors might press down on the three false emperor Wus. They could only brace themselves and resist with all their might. Boom! The three deity race false emperor Wu sustained severe injuries. Blood flowed continuously from their mouths as they fled in panic, frightened out of their wits. Since you are here, there is no need to leave. Xiaoqian's figure flashed, moving like a fish in water. Thousands of changes occurred, flashing 3 times in a row. Every time he flashed, he sent out a palm saber. When he returned to the huge bird formation spirit, the 3 fleeing deity race false emperors had no corpses left, only a speck of divine light shooting into the sky. Rumor had it that as long as the deity race's deity statues still existed, they would have another chance to revive. One had to destroy the last strand of divine light before they could kill them completely. Whether the rumor was true or not, Xiaoqin could not be bothered to continue attacking. He still had more important things to do. Mo Chen felt it was strange. She asked, these deity race cultivators clearly have emperor's might. Why are they so weak? Xiaoqin explained, they relied on faith to advance to martial emperor and did not undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. Naturally, they cannot compare to the true emperor Wus. However, having too many of them is problematic. I would not be a match for even 100. Xiaoqin, the reinforcements from the other nodes seem to be under attack. I know. Right now, the most important thing is to gather these people together and see if we can break through the deity race's blockade, carving out a path for the people inside. On the huge deity race warship, Divine Sun, that blue dragon king did not know how to appreciate kindness. He killed the 3 deity race cultivators who sent the message, someone reported quickly. This blue dragon king is really too much. The Divine Sun gave him face, but he does not appreciate it. He is really bold. Why doesn't he look at his current situation? On the warship's bow, the deity Dao Union's various races Emperor Wu crowded around Di Wuk, fighting to be the first to speak. Di Wuk snorted coldly and said, how stubborn. Now that I invited you, you are not coming. Later, I will make you kneel before me. Chapter 1371. Oh no. The huge deity race warship is turning around. The expression of one of the node managers at Meteor Trail City's gates changed as he pointed into the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw that all the light on the god race's giant warship had converged and gathered together. The warship slowly turned around, pointing at the various node managers of Meteor Trail City. A moment later, everyone sensed a dangerous aura enveloping them. Suddenly, pillars of light shot out of the huge deity race warship. Each pillar of light had a white-haired deity race cultivator standing in it. A total of 1,000 pillars of light surrounded the divine daughter, Tian Yushi, like stars surrounding the moon. Tian Yushi held the divine halberd in her hand, looking like a goddess. She formed hand seals with one hand and continuously absorbed the surrounding divine energy. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He felt that something was wrong. Diwok probably let them gather together on purpose. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this moment, wanting to use the might of the formation to kill them all in one fell swoop. This place was about 50 kilometers away from the huge deity race worship. For this formation to be able to maintain its might without scattering even after such a long distance, it was probably extraordinary. That is the deity race's world-destroying divine tribulation. Its might is extremely horrifying. I once saw it in the astral battlefield. This should be a simplified version. Its might is somewhat weaker, but it is equal to the peak strike of the sixth heaven Emperor Wu. Shui Lingling said somewhat anxiously with a grave expression. No matter who was here, not even Xiao Qin, they could not withstand the peak strike of the sixth heaven Emperor Wu. If it really landed, even if everyone here did not die, they would be severely injured. Let's go. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, we cannot leave. It has already locked onto us. No matter where we go, the world-destroying divine tribulation will descend. Shui Lingling had seen this world-destroying divine tribulation kill dozens of Demon Emperor Wu at the same time in the astral battlefield. It was extremely horrifying. In that case, let's end it early, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then, he looked at the huge deity race worship in the distance and said, the plan will not change. You all go. Leave this huge deity race worship to me. Whoosh. After saying that, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and shot off like an arrow. He tore through the sky and headed for the huge deity race worship. Xiao Chen. This sudden action caused Imo Chen and the other girls to cry out in a daze. Come, follow me. As Juanxi watched Xiao Chen fly towards the huge deity race worship alone, his heart felt somewhat heavy. However, at this moment, he had to race against time. Otherwise, the opportunity created by Xiao Chen would be sacrificed in vain. That wouldn't be worth it. On the bow of the deity race's worship, Diwok's group watched the fleeing people in high spirits. Run. Where can you run to? You're enveloped by the divine might. No matter where you run, you'll have to accept the baptism of the divine tribulation. Divine Sun, Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin is flying towards us. Someone exclaimed in shock as he pointed at the white figure in the air. The expressions of the people on the warship changed at the same time as they quickly looked in the direction that Xiao Qin was rushing in. Should we send someone to stop him? A ghost race martial emperor asked with a frown. Xiao Hoju said, he probably wants to rely on his own strength to break the world-exterminating divine tribulation. No matter what, it is better to stop him. A brilliant light flashed in Diwok's eyes. He laughed loudly and said, no one move. Let him come. Don't scatter the might of the world-exterminating divine tribulation. Focus it all on Xiao Qin. What a fool. You came at the right time. With so many people sharing the world-exterminating divine tribulation, it will not hurt you. However, since you are seeking death by charging over alone, don't blame me for being impolite. Murderous intent surged in Diwok's eyes. He felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was a rare opportunity. If Xiao Qin got struck by the world-exterminating divine tribulation, there would only be one result, not even dregs would be left. When the crowd heard what Diwok said, they no longer cared. Compared to the huge deity race worship that was as huge as a mountain, the deity race worship was much smaller. Compared to the massive deity race worship, Xiao Qin was as insignificant as an ant. Trying to shake the deity race worship by himself was simply a pipe dream. Diwok pointed at Xiao Qin and smiled in satisfaction. What do you mean by not seeking death? This is seeking death. At the same time, Xiao Qin waved his hand and said, get ready. If this divine tribulation does not kill him, attack together. We must bury him here today. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Xingju and Xie, the descendants of the two primes. As the few spoke, the divine halberd in Tian Yushi's hand above the deity race worship glowed increasingly resplendent. For a time, thunderclouds gathered above his head, and the shadow of a deity was faintly discernible between the thunderclouds in the sky. A brilliant divine might descended, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Tian Yushi's long hair fluttered wildly as his aura soared. Facing the approaching Xiaoqin, Tian Yushi narrowed his eyes and brandished the divine halberd. The world-exterminating divine tribulation looked like it was about to descend. On the warship's bow, Wuxi's group immediately felt incredibly nervous and expectant. However, just at this moment, the seemingly insignificant Xiaoqin, who was 10 kilometers away, suddenly soared into the air. All of a sudden, it expanded out of nowhere. Before the group of people could react to what was going on, a shadow loomed over Daoist Dao's head. When Daoist Dao raised his head, it was an enormous hand. What's going on? The 1,000-odd people on the deck all panicked, not understanding what was going on. Whoosh! In the next moment, that colossal hand turned into a palm saber and chopped down from the sky. Without any resistance, this palm strike chopped off the entire warship's bow. The huge mountain looked like it had been chopped off by someone. A loud rumble rang out, accompanied by countless people's panicked, miserable screams. Saber chi immediately spread out, and the scene turned chaotic. Countless people tumbled in the air. Some of the deity Dao Union cultivators who happened to be struck by the palm saber ended up in an even more miserable state. They were chopped into meat paste on the spot, unable to even make a sound. The remaining huge deity race warship shook endlessly. The formations in it shattered, giving off loud noises as it swelled up. The 1,000-odd pillars of light that extended out instantly shattered. Tian Yushi, who was about to bring out the world-exterminating divine tribulation, was the most miserable. His formations broke, and the divine tribulation rebounded, blasting him into the air and causing him to vomit blood. The divine halberd fell from his hand, and his complexion paled. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the next moment, an even greater problem arrived. A colossal foot kicked out from the air. Most of the remaining huge deity race warship immediately exploded, kicking up dust and debris into the air. The deity Dao Union cultivators on the warship panicked and jumped off the warship. Dust filled the sky, and explosions rang out endlessly. All sorts of debris and the corpses of cultivators flew everywhere, spreading for more than 50 kilometers. All sorts of flames ignited each other, looking incredibly dazzling. The intense explosion startled the group of people charging towards the surging pillar of flame. When they turned their heads and saw the scene of the huge deity race warship exploding, they were all stunned. This was done by the Blue Dragon King. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaoqin said that he could do it, and indeed, he did it. And Juanxi rejoiced in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "What a great Xiaoqin! Indeed, he did it. Everyone, let's not lag behind. Let's open a path for the vice sect master and the others." After a momentary daze, everyone's morale soared, their hot-bloodedness surging. Only Mo Qin and Yu Bingyun looked at each other in silence, feeling bitter in their hearts. Dermic world did not last for long. 3 seconds later, Xiaoqin recovered his human form. As he stood high in the clouds, he looked at the deity Dao Union's people, who were in a mess. He did not show much emotion on his face. The instant Xiaoqin executed Dermic world, he vaguely heard the intense howling of wind and fire. He even saw illusions of wind and fire attacking him. This was very dangerous. With just one more step, the great tribulation of wind and fire would descend from the sky. However, at this moment, Xiaoqin could not care too much. More than 100 minor Heavenly Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect were still trapped in the surging pillar of flame. He could not just leave them to die. Have you found the divine daughter? Quickly, find the divine daughter. Wuk shouted amid the thick smoke and dust. When he was sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm saber strike, he happened to see the divine daughter suffering from the rebound of the lightning tribulation. When he landed, he happened to see the divine daughter suffering the rebound of the lightning tribulation, vomiting blood and flying back. However, the current situation was chaotic. Xiao Chen's saber intent, the shock waves of the divine might ritual array, and the explosion of the huge warship all mixed together. Everyone could not deal with them in time. Chapter 1372. There were not many warships at the back of the deity Dao Union's fleet, but all of them were Emperor-grade warships. This was the deity Dao Union's true main force, more than 30 Emperor-grade warships. Under normal circumstances, no race faction could gather so many Emperor-grade warships. Only when the Ghost race, the Corpse race, the Deity race, and the three Holy Masters worked together would they be able to do so. Compared to the fleet of warships at the front, this was the true force of the deity Dao Union's attack on the Haotian sect. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor were also gathered on the flagship in the middle. At this moment, a water screen appeared in front of the three primes on the flagship in the center. The image in the water screen stopped at the scene of Xiao Chen executing Dermic World and chopping down the huge warship with one-hand saber strike. The three primes appeared somewhat shocked, especially Emperor Forsaken. Most of the people on that huge deity race warship were deity race cultivators. When the huge warship was destroyed, the deity race suffered the greatest losses. Even the divine daughter's fate was unknown. However, Emperor Forsaken did not care about this. The deity race was a large clan and did not care about an Emperor-grade warship. They could even afford to lose a divine daughter, as long as it was not the divine son. What Emperor Forsaken cared about was this small car that suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans. The previously inactive ant seemed to have turned into a variable. This person seemed to be ending this decisive battle that was about to start in advance. As long as Xiao Chen rescued the Haotian sect's Emperor Wu from the surging pillar of fire, there would be no need for this decisive battle. The development of the situation seemed to be heading in this direction. He seems to be executing a major magic skill. Furthermore, he is already very familiar with it. Where did he get this magic skill from? Even some of the Pinglai Sea's Dao venerates do not have such a magic skill, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said softly with a frown. As primes, they were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they could make out Xiao Chen's magic skill with one glance. As primes, they were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they could tell what Xiao Chen's magic skill was with one glance. Furthermore, these three supremes were friends with the Dao masters of the Pinglai Sea and had seen many divine powers. From their point of view, Xiao Chen's divine sense was already very powerful, even more powerful than the great divine sense of those Dao masters. In reality, it was not just slightly stronger. As a Buddha, the Mahasvara Buddha had been a peak major character during the Immortal epic. Although Xiao Chen was being humble, the major magic skill that he passed on to Xiao Chen was a peak magic skill, even during the Immortal epic. The immortal cultivators of the Pinglai Sea only managed to gain some understanding of immortal cultivation after the Immortal epic shattered. In the end, there wasn't a complete inheritance. How could it compare to a genuine top-notch divine ability by relying on the remnant copies of the predecessors and their own supplementation? The heaven-punishing corpse god's eyes flashed. That's not the point. The point is, how can this guy cultivate both immortal and martial arts? Although there were not many immortal cultivators in the Kunlun realm, there were still some. However, no one had ever heard of cultivating immortal Dao and martial Dao at the same time. This was a taboo, those who tried would undoubtedly die. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, I know a little about this. When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken heard that, they were stunned. Then, they immediately looked at Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken muttered, I do not know much. If we want to truly unravel this mystery, we still have to go to the savage battlefield's Blue Dragon Palace and investigate it. The moment Emperor Forsaken said that, the two primes stopped asking. It seemed like the Blue Dragon Palace had left behind some bad memories for the two primes. Let's not talk about this anymore. Qitian, just look at it. What should we do now? If there are no surprises, he should be able to come out of the group of people in the surging pillar of flame. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor brought the topic back to the battlefield before them. The heaven-punishing corpse god said, "It looks like we still have to end things without any problems. We have to follow the old plan and slowly grind him down." Emperor Forsaken remained silent. After a while, he said, "There is no turning back. If we give up halfway this time, it will have a negative impact on the deity Dao Union's luck. Now, even if we have to pay a higher price, we have to fight even if we do not want to." Emperor Forsaken's words revealed a determination to not give up. The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking. I said from the start that we should give it a good beating and directly flatten the Haotian sect. However, you all did not listen." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor thought more and felt somewhat worried. However, it was as Emperor Forsaken said, there was no turning back. "Let's fight, then. I'll go and block the Fox King." Back in Haotian City, Xiaoqin did not know that the powerhouses of the deity Dao Union were already determined to fight to the end. Whether he could save the many Emperor Wu in the surging pillar of flame or not, this battle was unavoidable. Xiaoqin did not overthink. While the cultivators on the huge deity race warship were in chaos, unable to take care of themselves, executing the fish dragon step, Xiaoqin turned into a dragon and flew towards Anjuanshi's group. Anjuanshi's group was already fighting with the many deities surrounding the surging pillar of flame. Their morale was high, and they wanted to open a path. However, there were simply too many deity race deities. It was not possible to open a path quickly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more serious the casualties would be. Xiaoqin observed for a while. The most troublesome one blocking Anjuanshi's group was the deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu. The other deities were still manageable. Only the fake Emperor Wu could not block the combined attacks of this group of deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu. When the fighting spirit of this group of people was completely stimulated, they gathered together and became like an unstoppable flood. Anjuanshi, Shui Lingling, and Bai stood at the very front of this flood. However, the deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu blocked their way. If this dragged on for a while, reinforcements from other places would arrive. After they were surrounded, they would be surrounded and surrounded. Xiaoqin could not care so much anymore. He narrowed his eyes and locked on to that deity race Emperor Wu. Xiaoqian's long hair fluttered without any wind. As it fluttered, it gave off a graceful saber hum in the surroundings. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. The light disappeared for 1 kilometer around him. Xiaoqin used his body as a saber, controlling the air with the saber as he chopped down at that deity race Emperor Wu. In the next moment, an incredibly resplendent saber light suddenly appeared before deity race Emperor Wu, who was locked in an intense battle with Anjuanshi's group. This saber light appeared very suddenly, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. There was no trace of it at all. Whoosh! Amid the resplendent saber light, a light that was even brighter and more piercing than this saber light shot out. That light was astonishingly fast. This deity race Emperor Wu vaguely seemed to hear the sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed. King Chang. The saber struck deity race Emperor Wu's chest. Cracks appeared in his emperor's body, and he went flying back. Big brother Xiaoqin. The Blue Dragon King is back. Immediately, everyone's morale soared. No one expected Xiaoqin to deal with the huge deity race warship so quickly and rush back. Given that every second mattered, Xiaoqin could not say much. The huge deity race worship will not be able to care about us for now. I'll lead everyone out first. With Xiaochen leading the way, this flood attacked even more ferociously. In merely 15 minutes, a hole appeared in the impenetrable encirclement. When Xiaochen arrived before the surging pillar of flame, he waved his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. What's wrong? And Xianxia, who was at the side, asked. Xiaochen pointed to the front and said, they sensed this opening and are already rushing over. Boom! Right after Xiaochen spoke, the flaming wall in front exploded. Fang Baiyu's group walked out in a sorry state. This group of several hundred people was all injured. Their complexions were pale and fatigued. Several of them were covered in wounds and extremely weak. They did not have the air of Emperor Wu at all. Instead, they looked like a group of refugees at the end of their rope. Just this scene alone showed how much damage this group suffered from the sudden attack of 1,000 respected deities. What kind of hardship did they experience in breaking out of the encirclement? If Xiaochen and the others had not come, they would have been surrounded and killed. Although the surging pillar of flame could block some attacks, the deity race's mental energy martial techniques were not. How come it's you? Did the sect master and the others not come? When Fang Baiyu and the other two martial emperors saw Xiaochen waiting for them, they revealed extremely shocked expressions. They had not expected that the one who opened a gap for them would be the previously dissatisfied Xiaochen. Xiaochen, you are right. This time, we were wrong. The three thought back to when Xiaochen said that they should be prepared to retreat at any time. Now that they saw Xiaochen again, the three felt somewhat guilty. Chapter 1373. Little brother Xiaochen, I really misunderstood you last time. The vice sect master, Fang Baiyu, stepped forward, feeling deeply ashamed. Xiaochen had a pure heart, speaking his mind bluntly. However, because Fang Baiyu felt uncomfortable, he misunderstood Xiaochen instead, not even giving him a chance to speak. However, now that a great disaster was upon them, and Xiaochen was the first to lead a team to save them, he did not care about the grievances he suffered earlier. Vice Sect Master, you are too serious. The most important thing now is to retreat. Xiaochen smiled. He did not care about the earlier matter in the first place. Why would he care about it now? The fiend race greater heavenly martial emperor, Jiang Chuan, said, Little brother Xiaochen, come with us. As long as our group retreats to the 6th layer of formations, the situation of the battle will calm down. As long as they activated the 6th layer of formations, they would be prepared and defend with all their might. The deity Dao Union would not be able to break through quickly. This was because the closer they got to Haotian City, the stronger the defenses of the formations would be. Xiaochen shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't go with you. Someone has to stay behind and bring up the rear. Otherwise, if the deity Dao Union continues to chase us, we will suffer heavy casualties. Fang Baiyu and the other two greater heavenly martial emperors turned their heads to look. The hundreds of respected deities surrounding the surging pillar of fire were slowly gathering. Farther away, Di Wuk was currently sorting out the chaotic situation on the huge deity race warship. Once the two sides gathered, they would be a huge force. If they truly gave chase, at least half of the 200-odd people here would not be able to return. The expressions of surviving a calamity on the three's faces faded. They knew that this was just the beginning. Whether they could escape this group of respected deities, as well as the pursuit of Di Wuk and the other deity Dao Union experts, was still unknown. Xiaochen was right. Someone did need to bring up the rear. However, this person could not be Xiaochen. Fang Baiyu and the other two exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions. Fang Baiyu said, That's right. There is indeed a need to bring up the rear. However, the three of us will be responsible for bringing up the rear. Xiaochen, you will be responsible for bringing them to the rear. Xiao Chen still shook his head and said softly, "That won't do. Wuxi's killing intent towards me has reached the pinnacle. Even if you want to stop him, he won't fight you. If I bring them along, I'll be harming them instead." "What did you do?" Mo Chen asked curiously. Xiao Chen recalled the scene of the divine daughter suffering the backlash of the lightning tribulation. He said softly, "Perhaps I was careless and killed the divine daughter, Tian Yuxi." Although his words were light, the ripples it created were no less than a depth charge. Ah! Everyone who heard this was startled. Who in the Kunlun realm did not know about the relationship between Wux and Tian Yuxi? If Xiao Chen really killed Tian Yuxi, Wux would definitely go crazy. Fang Baiyu and the other two greater heavenly martial emperors did not know what to say, unable to rebut. Xiao Chen said softly, "All of you, let's go. I was planning to bring up the rear in the first place." Nothing deviated from my plan. However, his plan had deviated slightly. He had not thought of killing the divine daughter. However, that did not matter. Wux wanted to compete with him for the position of luck. The two sides were already like fire and water, mortal enemies. In the heavenly starry ocean, the divine daughter had provoked the 5 poison sex elders to kill Xiao Chen. Today, she wanted to use the world-exterminating lightning tribulation to kill Xiao Chen. Even if Tian Yuxi really died, Xiao Chen's mental state would not change much. Everyone served their own masters and followed their fates. On the path of cultivation, life and death were the most common thing. At this moment, every second mattered. The earlier they left, the greater their chances of survival. Naturally, Fang Baiyu understood this principle. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Come back alive. This time, the 3 of us owe you too much." Without saying anything more, the group quickly left, heading for Haotian City at lightning speed. Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls turned their heads back 3 times with every step, watching Xiao Chen's lone figure. They wanted to stay several times, but they knew Xiao Chen's temper. If they stayed, Xiao Chen would definitely persuade them to leave. At this moment, the love between men and women seemed somewhat extravagant. They could only pray in their hearts that Xiao Chen could return safely. Suddenly, yellow sand filled the air in front. Beams of divine light soared into the clouds amid the dense yellow sand, turning into a surging battle hunger that spread in the sky. It turned into a torrential battle will that filled the sky, manifesting many mysterious phenomena that surged along with the clouds. When Xiao Chen looked up, the many mysterious phenomena materialized the most ancient war banners of the deity race. The war banners contained glory, faith, and boundless killing intent. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he understood. He finally understood why Meteor Trail City lost so quickly. One or a few gods on their own wouldn't be much of a threat, but when they regrouped and combined together, however, when they merged, the power that they could erupt with would be something that even sovereign martial emperors would not dare to clash with. The deities were very strong. However, Xiao Chen did not fear them. Xiao Chen slowly stretched out his right hand, and a Buddhist lamp slowly appeared in his palm. A saraira hovered above the Buddhist lamp. The saraira gave off a bright light, and the image of the Mahasvara Buddha chanted scriptures amid the light. With the support of this saraira, the wondrous effects of the Buddhist lamp immediately magnified significantly. The heavenly snow divine flame nourished in it had already advanced from rank 1 to rank 2, reaching a level where it could kill a peak 6th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in the heavenly snow divine flame, sending it to the heart of an emperor in his dantian. After that, he put away the Buddhist lamp and saraira. Then, he took out a flask of wine and sat down cross-legged. As he looked at the flying yellow sand in front, he started drinking alone. Amid the flying yellow sand, Xiao Chen's vision passed through the countless deity race deities and arrived at the very center. Wux carried the faintly discernible Tian Yuxi, who was on the verge of death. His face filled with grief and self-blame. Faint tears flickered in his eyes. The guilt in Wuxi's heart could not be described with words. Earlier, he had acted on his own. Earlier, he had been stubborn and did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to kill Xiaoqin. However, he was extremely smart and should have thought of it long ago. Since Xiaoqin charged over, he naturally had a trump card. He could only blame himself for being overconfident. There were many experts on the deity race's worship, so he did not fear that Xiaoqin could do anything. However, when Xiaoqin truly revealed his trump card, everything was over. Before Xiaoqin, who used his dermic incarnation to execute a martial technique, the huge deity race worship crumbled at the first blow. The divine might formation broke, and the lightning tribulation rebounded. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation, which should have struck Xiaoqin, rebounded and injured Tian Yuxi. Wuk, don't cry. You are the divine son. In the future, you will be the bearer of the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. How can you cry? Wuk, don't cry. You are the deity son. In the future, you will be the Kunlun realm's luck son. How can you cry? Tian Yuxi looked at Wuxi's face and stretched out her hand as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in Wuxi's eyes, not letting them fall. She stretched out a hand towards Wuxi's face as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in his eyes, not letting them fall. However, when Tian Yuxi extended her hand halfway, she suddenly fell back down weakly, like a flower withering and losing its color. Wuxi's heart sank. He quickly pulled Tian Yuxi's hand and brought it to his face. He cried out hoarsely, I won't cry. I won't cry. Tian Yuxi, wake up. Wake up. The surroundings fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone could sense the sorrow and pain in Wuxi's words. Tian Yuxi, look at me. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. However, that peerlessly pure and holy face had already lost all signs of life. No matter how much Wuxi screamed, he could not wake up. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation was a consummate technique that could instantly kill a greater heavenly emperor Wu. How could Tian Yuxi endure the might of the rebound? Wuxi's eyes were misty, and tears were already streaming down his face. However, he kept shouting, I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Xiaoqin, Wuxi, will never be able to live under the same sky as you. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiaoqin, who was drinking wine, heard a hoarse roar filled with killing intent and pain coming from the yellow sand filling the air. Then, the sky and earth shook, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Heavy footsteps rang out from the yellow sand. Step by step, the rumbling sound got closer to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly as he guessed something. Tian Yuxi was probably really dead. He stood up and poured the half-empty bottle of wine on the ground. Xiaoqin muttered, you protected him for life. This promise is worth it. Although our paths are different, I'll still give you half a bottle of wine. Have a safe journey. Paw. Xiaoqin let go, and the bottle made of fine jade shattered all over the ground. It was like the goddess Tian Yuxi had passed away. Chapter 1374. As the yellow sand approached, the war banners formed by the surging mysterious phenomena in the sky fluttered noisily in the face of the strong wind. The wind and sand made it hard to open one's eyes. When the momentum arrived, it was like a ferocious beast opening its huge maw, wanting to swallow up Xiaoqin in one gulp. Xiaoqin, who was standing upright, faced the boundless yellow sand. He looked incredibly faint, even more wobbly than a small boat in the eye of the storm. It looked like in the next moment, the formation of hundreds of deities would blow him away. Dang! A dull sound rang out, and the bronze sword box on Xiaoqin's back landed by Xiaoqin's feet. Xiaoqin held the sword box with one hand, and a mysterious phenomenon materialized behind him. Winds blew, clouds churned, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and berserk dragons roared. Finally, all the mysterious phenomena turned into a saber that pierced through the sky. As the dull sound of the sword box reverberated endlessly, it burst out with a dazzling saber light and a saber wind. As the saber light flew over, it drove a boundless aura and blew away all the yellow sand in front of Xiaoqin. This aura revealed the 800-odd deities, as well as Diwuk and the others. The 800-odd deities gave off a bright light that connected with each other. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the frequency at which these deities flickered was exactly the same. It was like they had already merged into one. As the light flickered, the 800-odd deity race wore banners in the sky fluttered endlessly, flickering with golden light. Diwuk stood behind these 800-odd deities with a cold expression. Together with Xiao Hoju, Xie Zishuan, Xing Ju, and the other deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu, they looked at Xiaoqin coldly, their eyes devoid of any emotion. Xiaoqin, you are really bold. To think that you dare to bring up the rear alone. However, this is good as well. It saves me the trouble of searching for you. After I kill you, I will kill everyone you care about one by one. Diwuk said coldly and aloof as he shook his head at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin raised his head and looked at the 800 gods. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's see if you have what it takes to kill me. If you really wanted to run, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. But since you overestimated yourself and came to cover our retreat, it would be hard for me not to kill you. Attack!" Diwuk's words were extremely cold. The 800 gods immediately took action. They soared into the sky and prepared to gather together. With a combined attack, they killed Xiaoqin directly. Back then, this attack of theirs had directly broken through the defensive array formation of Meteor Trail City. Xiaoju and the others looked at Xiaoqin with mixed feelings. His courage was praiseworthy. He blocked them single-handedly, giving Fang Baiyu's group a chance at survival. He had also prevented the great decisive battle from breaking out prematurely. However, he had placed himself in a desperate situation. If it were them, no one would have had the courage to do so. In their eyes, Xiaoqin was already a dead man. Even if he could block the combined attack of these 800 gods, he would not be able to dodge. If their group followed up, Diwuk would not even need to make a move. He could just watch Xiaoqin die in front of him. If Xiaoqin had not killed Tian Yushik, Diwuk would not have lost his rationality and used 800 gods to deal with Xiaoqin alone. Given Xiaoqin's strength, he could move about freely with the deities scattered. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Xiaoqin would die today. Whoosh! The temperature suddenly plummeted, and snowflakes drifted down from the sky. What's going on? Diwuk was the first to feel that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand, and a snowflake melted in his hand. However, it did not scatter. After it melted, it turned into a burning flame. Diwuk's expression changed slightly as he quickly looked up. He saw Xiaoqin's head of white hair fluttering in the wind. His entire body seemed to be bathed in a layer of frost. Xiaoqin raised his right hand and gently pushed forward. A flash of cold light appeared in his palm, looking like pale white lightning. It dazzled everyone. In the next moment, the 800 deities that were about to gather were covered in a strange white flame. Not only was the flame bone-chilling, but it also continuously swallowed the primordial energy in these deities, causing their strength to plummet. Bang! The many deities fell from the sky, in so much pain that they wished they were dead. This sudden change in the situation caused the divine light on the deities and the formation banners in the sky to shatter and scatter on the spot. How cold! How cold! What kind of flame is this? I can't get rid of it. The many deities endured the intense pain and sat down cross-legged, trying to expel the heavenly snow divine flame. However, they discovered that the flame was very gentle. The ice and snow melted into their flesh, nearly entering their bones. They could not expel it quickly. Originally, the heavenly snow divine flame was a primal chaos-level flame. When it rose to rank 2, it could instantly severely injure the 6th heaven Emperor Wu. Facing a deity alone, the deity would not even be able to resist before getting burned into ice shards. However, when the deities were scattered among the 800 deities, its might was undoubtedly reduced significantly. This was the only result. This, Emperor Wu, who was beside Di Wuk, was greatly startled, showing extremely flustered expressions. They had not expected that Xiaoqin alone could defeat the 800 deities that they relied on the most. This is the legendary primal chaos level divine flame. A ghost race old man said after some thought. He found it hard to believe that such a legendary flame would appear in Xiaoqian's hand. It was not because the 800 deities were too weak. Instead, it was because the flame in Xiaoqian's hand was too strange and strong. As Xiaoqian watched the 800 deities recuperate on the ground, he shook his head slightly, clearly not particularly satisfied. Originally, Xiaoqian thought that he could burn at least half of these 800 false emperors to death. Unexpectedly, not a single one died. It looked like the might of a rank 2 divine flame was still too weak after being scattered. However, it was already sufficient. Without these 800 deities, they were much more confident of blocking Di Wuk's group. Di Wuk's group had more than 100 people. There were 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu, and the rest were minor heavenly Emperor Wu. There were also heaven-defying geniuses like Di Wuk. Let's see how many trump cards you have. Di Wuk's expression did not change, as if he did not care about the 800 deities' lives at all. The deity races Leng Xingyang, the phoenix's passion palaces Su Qianqing, and the ghost races and corpse races greater heavenly Emperor Wu slowly walked out. End the battle quickly. Do not show any mercy, Di Wuk said indifferently. Whoosh! The 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu's figures flashed, and they spread out, surrounding Xiaoqin from 4 directions. Their respective emperors might spread out, and a formless aura rushed into the sky. 4 different mysterious phenomena materialized. The image of a deity appeared above Leng Xingyang's head, covering the sky for 50 kilometers around. Above Su Qianqing was a huge flaming vermilion bird flapping its wings. Flames surged, and heat waves assaulted everyone, dyeing half the sky red. The mysterious phenomena materialized by the ghost race and corpse race old men were even more frightening. Black clouds filled the sky, spirits gathered, and death chi rushed into the sky. 4 auras intertwined with one another, causing the sky within 500 kilometers to turn restless. It was as if the sky had been split apart. Numerous cracks appeared in the sky, as if a huge spider web had been laid over it. When Imo Chen and the others, who were retreating, saw the mysterious phenomena above them, they were greatly startled. When they looked back, they saw 4 indistinct figures standing in the air, firmly surrounding Xiaoqin. They completely buried Xiaoqian's mysterious phenomena, preventing him from raising his head. It's over. The deity Dao Union's 4 greater heavenly emperor were preparing to attack Xiaoqin at the same time. And Juanxi exclaimed worriedly. Vice Sect Master, let's charge back. Some people felt dissatisfied in their hearts. They simply could not bear for Xiaoqin to cover the retreat alone, facing such danger alone. Indeed. Vice Sect Master, let's charge back and fight it out with these bastards of the deity Dao Union. At worst, we will just die. Let's charge back, Vice Sect Master. The crowd was agitated. Everyone looked at Fang Baiyu, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit and rage. Fang Baiyu felt conflicted in his heart, showing a complicated expression. After a while, he said, let's go. Don't look back. The Blue Dragon King is covering the retreat and saving our lives. He wants us to activate the 6th layer of formations and not let the decisive battle start now. He is not sending us to our deaths. Without the mountain and river great formation, we have no chance of victory if we fight now. Clang! Right after Fong Baiyu spoke, the 4 greater heavenly emperor Wu suppressed Xiao Qin. Suddenly, an earth-shaking saber hum erupted. Closely following that, a saber light soared into the clouds and scattered the mysterious phenomena in the surroundings. This saber hum affected the wind shadow sword on Yu Bingyun's back, causing it to tremble endlessly. Her face lit up in joy as she said, "The Cloud Moon saber merged with the Lunar Shadow saber. This is a brand new transcendent divine weapon. Young Master Xiao only needs to bring out 30% of its might to block these 4. Chapter 1375. What a strong saber light. The saber light was piercing, forcing Fong Baiyu to squint. However, he felt doubtful about Yu Bingyun's words. Was this really a transcendent divine weapon? A transcendent divine weapon was not something that could be forged so easily. Based on this might, it seemed somewhat lacking. However, the matter at hand was urgent. This was not the time to consider this. Fong Baiyu calmed himself down and said, "It looks like the Blue Dragon King has no problem protecting himself. Let's retreat first and not let down the Blue Dragon King's efforts. Let's go." When everyone saw this saber light soaring into the sky, they relaxed slightly. Then, they perked up and rushed back. In the sky above Haotian City's city gates, the 3 holy masters, who were leading the many greater heavenly emperor Wu to fight Zongtian and the others, were attracted by this saber light as well. What is this? It seems like the holy might of a divine weapon. However, it is much stronger than that of an ordinary divine weapon. Could it be a transcendent divine weapon? That's not right. It is still weaker than the divine might of a transcendent divine weapon. With the help of the holy beast totems, the 3 holy masters' strength soared. They even held the upper hand. When the 3 holy masters saw this scene, they were somewhat surprised. This was because the deity Dao Union did not have such a divine weapon. Zongtian looked into the distance. After he saw it clearly, he could not help laughing loudly. What a variable! 3 holy lords, let's go. If you do not, when the worldly mountain river Great Sun formation reactivates, you will be within the range of the formation. Even if you want to leave, you will not be able to. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord and the others quickly sent out a strand of perception. In the end, they discovered that Fong Baiyu's group was rushing towards the 6th layer of formations. Once these people on the level of Emperor Wu returned to the various nodes of the formations, their group would suffer great losses. The 3 holy masters looked further away. The deity Dao Union's army, which was supposed to be chasing after this group of people, focused all their attention on Xiao Qin. Is this Diwuk crazy? Why is he still pestering Xiao Qin at this time? The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord cursed angrily. He looked at Zongtian and said, "You want us to leave? Zongtian, you better show us what you've got." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged toward Zongtian. Accompanying him was a vermilion bird sacred beast that was covered in flames. That's right, it was a genuine vermilion bird, transformed from a holy beast totem. This was the trump card that the 3 holy masters used to establish their sect. At this moment, in order to prevent Zongtian from having the slightest chance to make a breakthrough, the 3 holy lord had to use it. Zongtian snorted coldly and said, "Stubborn." The great battle continued. The sky had long since been torn apart, and even the barrier of the sky had been broken. Vaguely, one could see the aftershocks of the starry heaven storm occasionally bringing down countless meteors from the stars in the universe. The Haotian sect was no longer a stage for this group of people. If they continued fighting, they would have to enter the starry heavens. In Meteor Trail City, the instant the bronze sword box opened, Xiao Qin used that flash of saber light to charge out of the encirclement of the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu cultivators. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the brand-new lunar shadow saber. He felt a surging, boundless energy. Compared to before, the might of the lunar shadow saber was at least 10 times stronger. It was so strong that Xiaoqin found it hard to grasp. Ao Jiao, has it reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said somewhat embarrassedly, the quality and might of this saber have indeed reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon. However, my strength as an item spirit has not increased yet. It is not a true transcendent divine weapon yet. It's fine. It is enough to deal with these 4 people. Xiaoqin stood in the air, facing Leng Xingyang, Su Qianqing, and the others from a distance. Normally, it would be somewhat taxing for Xiaoqin to face a greater heavenly emperor Wu. This was especially so when he had already used Dermic World and the heavenly snow divine flame. However, now that he had the divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, Xiaoqin was confident of fighting these 4. To Xiaoqin, not having a saber in his hand and having a saber in his hand were 2 completely different situations. Ling Xingyang and the others looked at the lunar shadow saber in Xiaoqin's hand at the same time. Their expressions turned exceptionally grave. With a divine weapon, you think you can block the 4 of us? Su Qianqing shouted coldly and took the lead to charge over. A sword appeared in his hand. A flame danced on the sword. As it trembled, it gave off the cry of a phoenix. As Su Qianqing swung his sword, a scarlet fiery light dyed half the sky red. The flames for thousands of kilometers in the sky condensed into feathers, looking like the wings of the vermilion bird. As Su Qianqing swung his sword, it covered the sky. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky flapped ferociously, kicking up a strong wind and sending down an overwhelming heat wave. Its aura was incredibly shocking. How horrifying! This startled Xiaoqin. This was the peak strike of an older generation greater heavenly emperor Wu. This sword strike shook the entire space. Without much time to think, Xiaoqin flew back into the air. His long sleeves and long hair fluttered in the wind. Every time he spun around, a saber light would shoot out from Xiaoqin's body. Saber hums resounded endlessly in the air. Instantly, the sky filled with flickering saber images. It was unknown how many thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of saber lights shot out. Xiaoqin used his flawless saber Dao to bring out instant of glory to its limits. Xiaoqin wanted to draw out the most glorious painting since he made his Dao. This painting did not have beautiful mountains and rivers, 10,000 dragons soaring, 500 kilometers of ice, or 50 kilometers of peach blossoms. There was only a saber, just one saber. After spinning 100 times, when the thousands of kilometers of vermilion bird wings were about to sweep over, Xiaoqin drew his saber. Xiaoqin drew his saber, and in an instant, countless saber images merged together. A vast painting appeared in the sky. There was nothing on that painting except a treasure saber pointing angrily at the sky. However, it depicted the glory of the world, the vicissitudes of life. Space condensed, and the sword in Su Qianqing's hand happened to block the tip of the treasure saber in the painting. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky stopped as well. Break! Xiaoqin shouted, and the painting shattered. The entire space crumbled, turning into countless shards. However, the saber in the painting leaped out and knocked Su Qianqing back. The flaming wings in the sky and the might of the holy beast scattered as well. Pu Ci. Su Qianqing vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was in disbelief. His peak strike actually got blocked by Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin thought to himself, I got lucky. If not for the might of the divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, no matter how glorious that saber strike was, it would not have been able to block Su Qianqing's peak sword strike. Attack together. The divine weapon in his hand is already infinitely close to a transcendent divine weapon. Do not be careless. 100 thoughts flashed in the deity race martial Emperor Lengxingyang's mind. Then, he called out to the two old men from the ghost race and corpse race and charged over at the same time. They were no longer as careless as Su Qianxing. They carefully dodged the sharpness of the divine weapon and launched all sorts of attacks at Xiaoqin. After resting for a while, Su Qianxing charged into the battle. Immediately, four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time, fighting an earth-shattering battle with Xiaoqin. After 100 moves, the entire Meteor Trail city turned into rubble, a barren land. When Diwok's group saw this scene, they were incredibly shocked. The four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time. However, even after 100 moves, although they held the upper hand, they still could not take down Xiaoqin. Is the saber in his hand a divine weapon or a transcendent divine weapon? Xiaoqin had already drawn his saber. Even though he was far away, the might of a divine weapon that he radiated made Xiao Hoju and the others cry out in shock. They were greatly shocked by Xiaoqin's endless trump cards. Dermic World and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame could allow one to move unhindered. However, Xiaoqin had several of them. Divine Sun, should we make a move and help? A ghost race martial emperor suggested, sensing that the situation was not good. Diwok looked at Xiaoqin, who was in the middle of a chaotic battle. His expression flickered as he clenched his right hand tightly. His body trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. "Brother Wok, what's wrong?" Xingju asked worriedly when he sensed that something was wrong with Diwok. The divine daughter's death was a huge blow to Diwok. Xingju's worry was not without reason. Damn it! Why? Since I, Diwok, made my debut, no one has been able to defeat me. I am resplendent and blessed by great luck. Why? Why? This darn heavens let you, Xiaoqin, appear. I refuse to accept this. Diwok, who had been suppressing himself for a long time, burst out with dissatisfaction when he saw that four greater heavenly Emperor Wu could not kill Xiaoqin. I refuse to accept this. I, Diwok, refuse to accept this. Diwok shouted at the sky, and a boundlessly horrifying aura burst out of his body, releasing a dazzling light. Xingju and the others quickly moved away, lest they get injured by Diwok's aura. He is one of the older generation Emperor Wu said with some horror, seeming to have guessed something. Right after Xiaoqin spoke, a simple and mysterious door suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through space. A boundless multicolored light descended from the sky, hovering in midair. Emperor's Door. Diwok is crazy. He does not have sufficient accumulations. To think that he wants to forcefully undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. The deity Dao Union's group was startled into a fluster. At this moment, no matter who it was, all of them wanted to run as far as they could. Chapter 1376. The deity Dao Union's group soared into the air and fled far away. However, before they could get far, that Emperor's Door completely stabilized and hovered in midair. Buzz! The entire ground of Meteor Trail City caved in and cracked. Even the lava in the depths of the ground spewed out. It was like a heavy strike. All the people flying in the air felt like they got hammered down. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. After they got up, they did not even look back, continuing to flee quickly. The sudden appearance of the Emperor's Door also knocked down the four greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors, who were fighting Xiaoqin. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqin's lips. Just as he was about to land, he pushed the tip of his saber against the ground and flipped over to stabilize himself. Xiaoqin looked at Diwok, whose long hair and clothes fluttered, gathering all the auras in the surroundings. This was simply too surprising. To think that Diwok wanted to forcefully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The risks of forcefully clearing the tribulation were unpredictable. This was something that Xiaoqin had been avoiding. The great tribulation of wind and fire already had a slim chance of survival. Forcefully clearing it was no different from suicide. It was impossible for Diwook not to understand this simple principle. Furthermore, his accumulations were still far from sufficient. Normally, he would need at least a year before he could clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. While Xiaoqin was surprised, the four greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors were even more surprised. Divine Son, what's going on? The deity race greater heavenly martial Emperor Leng Xingyang looked at Diwook in a daze. Is it because the divine daughter's death dealt a huge blow to him, so he seeks death as well? Brother Leng, what should we do now? Su Qianqing asked. The two elders from the ghost race and the corpse race also looked at Leng Xingyang. They were confused by this sudden turn of events. Leng Xingyang muttered to himself for a while. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "The plan remains the same. Continue to kill Xiaoqin. This fellow destroyed the Divine Son. We absolutely cannot let him live." Obviously, he believed that the chances of Diwook successfully overcoming the tribulation were almost zero. They had already given up completely, placing all the blame on Xiaoqin. That is exactly what I was thinking. This brat clearly lacks stamina. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, he will not be able to bring out much of the divine weapon's might. The four great emperors quickly finished their discussion and surrounded Xiaoqin again. Fang Baiyu's group had already successfully entered the sixth ring of the formation. At this moment, Xiaoqin already had thoughts of retreating. However, the four martial monarchs were determined not to let him go. Xiaoqin wasn't in a hurry. This accident was beneficial to him, and it wouldn't take long. Emperor Forsaken would definitely not give up on Diwook. It wouldn't be long before everyone returned to protect Diwook. In the sky above Haotian City, Yingzongtian and the three holy masters, who were fighting, immediately sensed the arrival of the emperor's door. At first, Yingzongtian thought that it was Xiaoqin undergoing his tribulation, so his expression turned extremely grave. When Yingzongtian saw that it was Diwook undergoing his tribulation, his expression relaxed slightly. At the same time, he felt some doubt in his heart. What kind of blow did this Diwook suffer? Why did he forcefully undergo his tribulation for no reason? Oh no! This fellow Diwook is crazy. The White Tiger Holy Lord cursed in anger. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord glanced at the worldly mountain river Great Sun formation below, which was about to reactivate, and Diwook suddenly went crazy. He immediately made a decision and said, "Retreat." The greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union's group immediately withdrew, not lingering. The greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect's group immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of the three holy masters, who brought out their holy beast totems, was simply too great. The Peacock King and the others quickly gathered around Yingzongtian. As they looked at the emperor's door in the distance, their faces filled with shock. "Brother Haotian, do you think this Diwook has really gone crazy?" the Peacock King asked Yingzongtian. Forcefully undergoing his tribulation was something that this group of older generation Emperor Wu did not even dare to think about. Yingzongtian's gaze pierced through the boundless distance and clearly sized up Diwook. Looking into his eyes, he said, "Diwook is also an outstanding genius. This move of his looks certain to die. However, if there is a 1 in a billion chance that he actually runs into it, it will not be good." Brother Haotian means to say that he is trying to advance to Martial Emperor before Xiaoqin, putting himself in a perilous situation and making one last attempt. Yingzongtian nodded and said, "However, the chances are slim." Even if the chances are slim, there is still a chance. We should completely eliminate this chance. Everyone here was a powerhouse of a region. They were very decisive in killing. Many of them expressed the same thoughts. If Diwook really succeeded in his tribulation, he might be able to defy the heavens and change his fate, directly becoming the bearer of luck. The deity Dao Union side would obtain the favor of the heavenly Dao. To them, this would be a devastating blow. A light flickered in Zongtian's eyes. He looked even further and thought even deeper. Then, he shook his head and said, "There's no need. Since he wants to risk it, I will give him this chance. Come, let's go and take a look first." Behind the deity Dao Union, Emperor Forsaken and the heaven-punishing corpse god, who were preparing for the final battle, were both stunned when they saw the scene on the water screen. Winds blew and clouds churned above the water screen. An emperor's door stood upright in the air. This emperor's door gave off a supreme might, mysterious and filled with temptation. Emperor Forsaken was stunned for a moment. Then, he stood up with a whoosh. At this moment, some ripples appeared in his calm heart. Emperor Forsaken frowned heavily, his expression turning grave. After a long time, he sighed softly, "Wuk, why do this to yourself? Once the Haotian sect is destroyed, your path will be smooth sailing. Qitian, what are your plans now?" The heaven-punishing corpse god asked as he looked at Emperor Forsaken. This unexpected turn of events had indeed surpassed the two's expectations. A grave look flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He said, "Protect Wuk with all your might as he undergoes his tribulation. Don't let anyone disturb Wuk." The heaven-punishing corpse god's lips curled up as he said, "Is there a need for that? No one in history has ever survived a forceful tribulation. From the desolate antiquity era to the ancient era to the present era, all of them died without exception. Even if they managed to survive, they would be half dead, crippled for the rest of their lives." When Emperor Forsaken heard this, he raged, "Xing Tian, don't anger me. What he said is the truth." Just at this moment, another voice rang out. It was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had been sniping at the Fox King, rushing back because of Wuk's matter. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor continued, "Qitian, the Emperor's door has already descended. Soon, his Emperor's road will descend. You can no longer change this. You should also understand that the Divine Daughter will be his heart tribulation. The path he walks is a path of certain death." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought for a while before saying, "There is no need to go through so much trouble for a sacrificial pawn. I think the deity Dao Union should be disbanded." The heaven-punishing corpse god's words were out of helplessness. Since ancient times, no one had succeeded in forcefully clearing their tribulation. Furthermore, Wuk was now completely crazy. Just at this moment, the scene on the water screen changed again. The clouds in the surroundings of the Emperor's door gave off a bright light. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, they changed into 9 colors before stopping. Whoosh! A staircase made of 9-colored glass extended from the bottom of the Emperor's door all the way down. There were a total of 9,000 steps, giving off a dreamy light like an immortal's road. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor both showed stunned expressions at the same time. They did not dare to believe what they saw. A 9-colored Emperor's Road. This was an existence of a higher grade than a Golden Emperor's Road. This was a mysterious phenomenon that only appeared when a supreme powerhouse underwent a tribulation during the peak of the martial epoch. Ha ha ha. It is a 9-colored Emperor's Road. 9 is the limit of numbers. 9 is venerated. 9 is king. This is the true Emperor's Road for kings. Emperor Forsaken reared his head back and laughed. Wuk had put his life on the line, forcefully clearing his tribulation. However, in the end, he managed to obtain an Emperor's Road for himself. Chapter 1377. The heaven-punishing corpse god said, "Qitian, back then, you walked the Golden Emperor's Road, right?" Emperor Forsaken nodded and said, "Yes. Back then, I had many competitors. However, after I finished walking the Golden Emperor's Road, no one in the deity race dared to challenge the position of deity emperor." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor muttered, "The Golden Emperor's Road can make one a prime. Could it be that the nine-colored emperor's road can surpass Prime? Everything is possible. The existences above Prime in history have always been a mystery. This has always been a mystery. Quite a few powerful senior existences have completely disappeared from the traces of history. It is very likely that they surpassed supreme beings, leaving this land of exile. Emperor Forsaken looked at the two and asked, "Is a powerful genius that can summon a nine-colored emperor's road worth another bet?" The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor exchanged glances and said, "Let's bet." "I'm willing to protect Diwuk." "I'm willing as well." The appearance of the nine-colored emperor's road changed the minds of the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor. The reason was very simple. It was for that faintly discernible opportunity. If Diwuk really cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire, he might surpass Prime. To them, this was an unavoidable temptation. "What is that?" Suddenly, the heaven-punishing corpse god pointed at the water screen in front of him, showing a flustered expression. Suddenly, large patches of red clouds gathered in the sky opposite Diwuk on the water screen. The clouds were scarlet like blood, looking very startling. They looked like pools of blood hanging high in the sky. Such a scene was incredible, unheard of, and unseen before. The instant Diwuk's nine-colored emperor's road landed in Meteor Trail City, Xiaoqin, who was fighting with the four greater martial emperors, felt that something was wrong. The energy that Xiaoqin had been deliberately controlling completely went out of control. In an instant, all of it burst forth. 100 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands of dragon vital qi, and the magic energy in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness burned. The peak will of thunder flickered with light. The saber intent all over Xiaoqin's body burst forth. A strong wind howled. The sky and the ground were filled with Xiaoqin's sharp saber intent. Countless rare phenomena burst out from his body, including a blue dragon, lightning, frenzied saber, and so on. The four martial monarchs who had the upper hand and were suppressing him were shocked. Startled by this phenomenon, the two of them retreated at the same time to avoid it. "There's something wrong with this kid," Ling Zhengyang said with a serious expression. Su Qianqing had a strange expression on his face. He felt a drop of rain falling on his forehead. He reached out and touched it, only to discover that it was a drop of blood. Raising his head, he saw that the clouds in the sky were as thick as ink and as red as blood. It was as if an endless sea of blood had appeared in the vast sky. Hua! The blood rain poured down, instantly drenching the clothes of the four. The oppressive atmosphere deterred the four from remaining. They retreated frantically, retreating 50 kilometers. Only when they were above Diwuk's side did the blood rain stop. Amid the blood rain, Xiaoqin's white robes became covered in blood. As Xiaoqin looked at the dense blood clouds in the sky, he entered a daze, feeling somewhat confused. "This is my great tribulation of wind and fire." The instant Diwuk's nine-colored emperor's road descended, Xiaoqin felt that something was wrong. Then, it turned out to be so. The suppressed energy completely erupted. The great tribulation of wind and fire, which could descend at any moment, was completely drawn out. Diwuk's nine-colored emperor's road had completely lured them out. However, Xiaoqin had not expected that the mysterious phenomenon triggered by his great tribulation of wind and fire would cover 500,000 kilometers, blood clouds covering the sky. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, this scene attracted the attention of Yingzongtian, the Fox King, the other primes, and the sovereign martial emperors. They stopped and looked into the distance, feeling confused. They had never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon before. Since ancient times, there had never been any records of a person's tribulation triggering 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. On the other side, the three primes of the deity Dao Union were also startled by this mysterious phenomenon, no longer able to sit still. They brought all the factions of the deity Dao Union from extremely far away and quickly rushed over. Firstly, they feared that Xianxia and the others would disrupt the Divine Sun's tribulation. Secondly, they wanted to see the movements of the blood clouds above Xianxia's head. Immediately, all the sovereign martial emperors and hidden experts of the deity Dao Union moved out. Behind Diwok was a faction even vaster than the sea. When Xianxia's side saw this, they felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the deity Dao Union was still hiding so much strength. The Fox King, you are very knowledgeable. What is going on with Xianxia? Xianxia could not get an answer from such a situation. Feeling helpless, he could only ask the Fox King, who was beside him. The other party was a fiend race prime, someone who became famous 1,000 years before Xianxia. He definitely knew a lot more. Who knew? The Fox King shook his head and said, I have never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon during a tribulation. In the ancient records, a 9-colored emperor's road is already the highest level. Xianxia felt a trace of worry. He said sullenly, we can't care so much now. Focus on defense. We will protect Xianxia. We absolutely cannot let the deity Dao Union's people interfere with Xianxia's tribulation. Half of the sky of Meteor Trail City, which spanned millions of kilometers, was now filled with 9-colored light. Colorful clouds floated in the sky for millions of kilometers, glistening with divine light. On the other hand, blood clouds covered the sky, thick like ink, and heavy rain poured down. The 3 primes on the deity Dao Union side looked at the blood cloud above Xianxia's head, speechless. Naturally, Diwok also saw the phenomenon that Xianxia created. The two of them stood facing each other, separated by millions of kilometers. However, Diwok had no time to think too much, as he had to continue on his emperor's road. Just as everyone was captivated by Xianxia's mysterious phenomenon, Diwok's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a loud shout, he leapt onto the colorful road of Emperor and began to walk upwards. Diwok had just ascended the Emperor's road when a strong wind turned into many icy whips. The whips quickly lashed at him. Paw! Paw! Everywhere the whips passed, space froze. After one step, when Diwok reappeared, he had 10 wounds on his body. This was especially so for the bloody wound on his face. It contained a cold energy, and his blood was tinged with purple. It was so painful that Diwok's lips twitched continuously. Such a scene made Emperor Forsaken and the other 2 primes suck in a deep breath. The difficulty of the 9-colored Emperor's road was even more difficult than they had imagined. This was just the first step, and Xianxia was already so injured. In that case, how were he going to complete the remaining 8,000-odd steps? Brother Qitian, now is not the time to worry about that. Look, that brat's emperor's door is about to descend as well, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he pointed into the distance. Emperor Forsaken squinted and saw a whirlpool in the 500 kilometers of blood clouds. It looked like the emperor's door was about to descend from the end of the whirlpool. We absolutely cannot let him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. Such a mysterious phenomenon is unheard of. If he really clears it, no one will be able to stop him. Emperor Forsaken enunciated every word, each one filled with boundless murderous intent. The 3 holy masters, Holy Lord, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god all felt this intense murderous intent. He deserves to die. If he clears it, he will definitely become the 2nd Qing Emperor. Even if we use up all our resources, we have to bury him on the Emperor's road. Soon, all the upper echelon of the deity Dao Union reached a consensus. They absolutely could not let Xianxia clear his tribulation. Amid the blood rain, Xianxia entered deep thought as he looked at the scarlet whirlpool descending from the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a jade strip appeared in his palm. This jade strip was used to gather the various holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean. Originally, it was meant to be used on the Haotian sect. Unexpectedly, it ended up being used on Xiaoqin. Never mind. Let me see what exactly my emperor's road is like, Xiaoqin said coldly. Then, the jade strip in his hand shattered into pieces. Instantly, the many martial emperors in the distant heavenly starry ocean all received the notification. Boom! Just as Xiaoqin crushed the jade strip, the emperor's door slowly descended from the whirlpool. A significant amount of blood leaked out of the cracks in the simple and unadorned emperor's door. After a while, a scarlet staircase appeared in front of the door. Then, it extended all the way until it reached Xiaoqin. There were a total of 10,000 steps. Xiaoqin raised his head and looked. What appeared before him was clearly a path of blood. Chapter 1378. In the oceanic world, within the Black Sea, the 18 great bandits gathered together. Xiaoqin looked in the direction of the Kunlun continent. There was a patch of red clouds there. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he could clearly see the eye-catching color. That wisp of blood cloud was horrifying, and the shock it brought to everyone had already surpassed the distance of space. At this moment, it was not just them. Every Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm felt fear in their hearts. Like the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea, they stood on high ground and gazed into the distance. Blood Shark King, what's going on with these blood clouds? I can actually feel the stench of blood rain and wind from so far away. How strange. It's not like we've never seen blood clouds before. However, compared to this one, it feels completely different. Even with our cultivation bases, we're still affected. Perhaps it's an ominous sign. Blood clouds cover the sky, indicating that a disaster is about to descend. This was something that even a prime could not explain, so naturally, the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea could not. The blood shark monarch pondered for a long time before saying, I can't say for sure. This is unheard of, so it's really hard to explain. Should we go and take a look? Based on the direction, it seems to be in the Tianwu domain. Who knows, it might be related to the Blue Dragon King, someone said excitedly as his eyes lit up when he thought of something. Bang! At that moment, a jade slip flew out from the Blood Shark Monarch's chest and exploded. Blood Shark Monarch said leisurely, it seems that I have to go. The Blue Dragon King is in trouble. Everyone, are you willing to join me? What are you talking about, Blood Shark King? You're not the only one who agreed to the Blue Dragon King. That's right. The Blue Dragon King is extremely graceful and loyal. Helping him today is the same as helping ourselves. How can we not go? Why not? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The 18 great bandits of the Black Ocean did not hesitate at all. This group of people had always been passionate people. Most of the time, when they agreed to do something for someone, as long as they saw eye to eye, it would be fine. Unlike some people of the righteous path who were overcautious and indecisive, calculating again and again, planning again and again before making the final decision. At the same time, the others who had an agreement with Xiaoqin also received the news. The cyclic astral lord revealed a smile on his face as he looked at the jade strip before him shattering. He said indifferently, you are finally here. It looks like you have something to do with these 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. Men. Tell the holy son Chu Yang to come out of closed-door cultivation. I'll bring him to witness the grand scene that the Kunlun realm rarely sees in 10,000 years. Similar scenes took place on the Myriad Fiend Island, the Five Poison Sect, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Yin-Yang Utopia, and the other sacred grounds. Suddenly, the great emperors all came out, and the entire oceanic world was affected by this aura. Tsunamis rose to the sky, and the waves did not stop. Even the ordinary people felt that something was wrong. It was as if something big had happened. As for the Kunlun continent, even ordinary people could see the strange scarlet clouds. This startled the surroundings. Several cultivators could not suppress their curiosity and rushed over to the scarlet clouds. 9-colored 1,000 steps and blood cloud 10,000 steps. The tribulations of the two affected the hearts of all the experts of the Kunlun immortal realm. Several of the hidden Emperor Wu felt unsettled by this mysterious phenomenon and had to come out of closed-door cultivation in advance. When they saw the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds clashing with the 9-colored tribulation clouds, their expressions changed drastically. Then, they rushed towards Meteor Trail City. Mo Chen and the others, who had already retreated to the 6th layer of formations, could no longer sit still when they saw such a strange change. They all rushed out. In Meteor Trail City, the heaven-punishing corpse god looked at the descending Scarlet Emperor's road and muttered, "That brat seems to have crushed the convening token earlier. That group of Holy Lord and Primes of the oceanic world should be making a move now." Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I made preparations long ago. It would be fine if they do not come. However, if they do, I will make sure that they never return." The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor felt startled. They wondered what trump cards Emperor Forsaken had. To think that he was so confident. Were the accumulations of the deity race that horrifying? "Emperor Forsaken, how about we have a gentleman's agreement? Let these two juniors undergo their tribulations on their own. As seniors, we will not make a move." Xianxia and the Fox King, the two primes, soared into the air and happened to stand guard above Xiao Chen's emperor's door. Then, they looked at Emperor Forsaken in the distance. Emperor Forsaken smiled and retorted, "A gentleman's agreement. Xianxia, you are too hypocritical. If not for Xiao Chen undergoing his tribulation as well, would you have made this agreement with me?" When Xianxia heard that, he could not help feeling disappointed. He opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. The Fox King frowned and said, "Qitian, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a vile person." Before Xiao Chen underwent his tribulation, old brothering already restrained his fellow cultivators from interfering with Diwok's tribulation. It does not matter who is the vile person and who is the gentleman. Whoever is stronger is the king. Just like now, it is the two of you begging me, not me begging you. Emperor Forsaken remained unmoved. He smiled coldly with disdain in his eyes. Xianxia looked worriedly at Xiao Chen's blood-red emperor's road. He said sincerely, "Brother Qitian, now is not the time to show off. You should know that if we are not careful, the two most promising outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm will end up dying." Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "You are too naive. You are not a threat to me. No matter what, the deity Dao Union absolutely will not let Xiao Chen succeed in his tribulation today. Big brothering, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. If he wants to fight it out, let's fight it out with him. This old man cannot take this lying down. He is too much of a bully. Big brothering, there is no need to beg him. That's right. We will stand guard here today. Let's see who dares to interfere with the Blue Dragon King's tribulation." The various greater heavenly martial emperors and sovereign martial emperors soared into the sky, and raged at Emperor Forsaken's despicable attitude. "Humph! You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If not for the fact that I do not want to expose my trump cards, I can destroy your Haotian sect with a wave of my hand. Do you really think that you can fight against the deity Dao Union? Attack!" Emperor Forsaken snorted coldly, his expression turning completely cold. Right after Emperor Forsaken spoke, the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor led the group of greater heavenly martial emperors to charge at Xianxia and the others. The three holy masters each stood on one side, controlling their holy beast totems to protect Diwok. An intense battle immediately unfolded under the blood clouds. Primes against primes, Sovereign Emperor Wu against Sovereign Emperor Wu, and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu against Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Immediately, the already intense blood rain became even more intense. The entire world trembled. The ground cracked, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The blood clouds shattered, forming many horrifying scarlet tornadoes howling everywhere. The number of Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors the Haotian sect had did not hold an advantage over the allied army of the deity Dao Union's 4 races. Many of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu stared coldly at Xiao Qin, who had yet to step onto his Emperor's road, preparing to make a move at any moment. As Xiao Qin watched the bitter battle in the sky, he vaguely understood why his Emperor's road was scarlet. Xiao Qin's right hand, which held his saber, trembled slightly. His left hand clenched into a fist. Xiao Qin's fingernails dug into his flesh, and blood seeped out, turning the place incredibly scarlet. He temporarily buried some rage in the depths of his heart. Xiao Qin took a deep breath and gently pushed off with his feet, leaping onto his Emperor's road. A strong wind blew. The martial emperor, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly made his move. Immediately, many ghostly figures, skeletons, and demonic seals appeared in the wind. They were faintly discernible and contained killing intent. These Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors did not dare to get too close to the Emperor's road. They could only attack from afar. However, this was enough to threaten Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as he quickly swung his saber. Whoosh! 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 Miserable cries rang out by Xiao Qin's ears. It was like the ghostly figures in the wind were real. The 300 afterimages merged. The instant Xiao Qin stepped onto the Emperor's road, a scarlet skull appeared on the distant Emperor's road and charged at him. The scarlet skull had empty eyes, leaping flames, and leaping scarlet eyes. With just one look, it triggered all the fear in one's heart. This was especially so for the 10,000 scarlet steps. As the skull slowly approached, it magnified the fear in one's heart. This was a test of Xiao Qin's will. If his will was not firm, he would not even be qualified to step on this road. Whoosh! The scarlet skull grew increasingly larger. As it got closer, it pierced through Xiao Qin's body like the wind. All sorts of fear immediately magnified in Xiao Qin's heart. Xiao Qin's body wobbled at the edge of the Emperor's road, looking like he would fall at any moment. No! Mo Qin, who had already rushed over with the others, could not help crying out when she saw this scene. Tears immediately flashed in her eyes. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stretched out his finger from 500,000 kilometers away and gently tapped. Whoosh! The sky shattered, and a huge finger pierced through the sky like a deity, pressing towards Xiao Qin. Chapter 1379. When Emperor Forsaken, the strongest prime under the Thunder King, made a move, it would naturally be extraordinary. The timing of this finger strike was very precise. The Haotian Prime and the Fox King happened to be delayed by the Corpse God and the Ghost Monarch, so they could only watch as this finger strike landed. Bang! This finger strike landed on Xiao Qin's already tottering body. Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the Scarlet Road. Xiao Qin's blood looked exceptionally eye-catching. No! Mo Qin, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls all cried out in shock, unable to accept this result. Success. Falling off the Emperor's road was equivalent to failing the tribulation. When many people saw this scene, they all thought that Xiao Qin would fail the tribulation. However, the Emperor's road did not collapse. The Scarlet Emperor's door still hung in the sky, showing no signs of disappearing. Emperor Forsaken frowned slightly. Although this finger strike of his was not very powerful for the sake of pursuing absolute speed, it was still a casual strike. Even so, it would have been more than enough to deal with Xiao Qin, easily knocking him into the air. What went wrong? Why has this emperor's road not collapsed yet? Everyone had this question in their hearts. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. He looked around and saw a few unremarkable fingers at the edge of the scarlet road. He did not go down. Xiaoqin is still there. At the edge of the scarlet road, a wound appeared on Xiaoqin's chest. One of his hands hung on the scarlet road with some difficulty. Xiaoqin's body was like a catkin, drifting with the wind. However, no matter how he drifted, his 5 fingers remained firmly on the scarlet road. Xiaoqin's heart remained calm. Speaking of which, he had to thank Emperor Forsaken for this strike, the red skull that fell from the peak of the Emperor's road. This caused the fear in Xiaoqin's heart to expand infinitely. Even with his mental state, this fear was somewhat unbearable. However, Emperor Forsaken's finger strike allowed Xiaoqin to quickly extricate himself from the brink of life and death. Xiaoqin pulled with all his might. He spun in the air and landed on the bloody path again. Emperor Forsaken's face darkened. Without another word, he pointed his finger at Xiaoqin. Let's see if you'll have such good luck again. The giant finger tore through the sky once again and pointed at the place where Xiaoqin was standing. Everywhere it passed, the space would shatter. All sorts of poems of the god race were sung in the air. It was like an epic that had existed since time immemorial. This finger was like the wrath of the god of heaven. Qitian, don't go too far. In the sky, Zongtian, who was entangled with the heaven-punishing corpse god, was enraged. He let out a loud roar and paid the price of taking a palm strike from the heaven-punishing corpse god. Then, he threw a palm strike at the sky. A great sun appeared in his palm, looking like the rising sun. Brilliant golden light illuminated half the sky as the great sun soared. The divine spirit image in the sky that had pointed out its finger was directly shattered. The giant finger shattered on its own, turning into countless strands of divine light that fell around the bloody path like flowers. Bang! However, the price of this strike was a solid palm strike. How could one be distracted when fighting primes? The heaven-punishing corpse god took advantage of this opportunity to clench his fist and use 10,000 dragon force to strike Zongtian's chest. Pu Ci. Zongtian was immediately knocked back 10 kilometers, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. As he retreated, several of the martial emperors that were fighting were knocked back, severely injured. When Xiaoqin landed and looked up, he happened to see this scene. Big brother Ing. Xiaoqin's heart bled, but he could not do anything. Emperor Forsaken was too much of a bully. Little brother Xiaoqin, focus on your emperor's road. Don't get distracted. The pale Zongtian smiled casually at Xiaoqin. Then, he charged at the heaven-punishing corpse god. Xing Tian, you are only so-so after all. You used your physical body to substantiate your Dao. You merely tickled me. Ha ha ha. Humph. How dare you look down on me? The heaven-punishing corpse god was extremely hot-tempered. He immediately increased his strength by 10% and started fighting Zongtian. Boom! The shockwaves of the two's battle instantly doubled. The other martial emperors and sovereign martial emperors could not avoid them in time. Xiaoqin stopped getting distracted. He took a deep look at his emperor's road before taking the first step. In a split second, gusts of cold wind whistled over like blades. Unable to dodge, Xiaoqin brandished his saber and brandished it wildly. The air rang out incessantly. Di Wuk, on the other hand, was undisturbed and protected by the 3 holy masters. Although he was covered in wounds, he had already walked more than 100 steps and was far ahead. In comparison, Xiaoqin's monarch's road was much more difficult. Not only did he have to face all sorts of strange winds, but he also had to deal with them. On top of that, Xiaoqin had to face the occasional harassment of the deity Dao Union's martial emperors and Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken wasn't in a hurry either. From time to time, he would make a move, forcing Ying Zongtian and the Fox King to take a hit from the supreme martial artist, helping Xiao Qin to block the fatal attacks from Emperor Forsaken. In an instant, the two supremes were severely injured by the Ghost Emperor and the Corpse God. The other Haodian sect martial monarchs were in an even worse state. They had to fight at least one against two, or even three. Whoosh! Suddenly, Emperor's essence and boundless spiritual energy filled the air, spreading out with the wind. One of the Haodian sect's martial emperors fell. The many cultivators watching the battle in the periphery of Meteor Trail City all sucked in a breath of cold air. A bona fide greater heavenly emperor Wu fell. Based on the situation, it seemed like there would be a second and third, perhaps even a sovereign martial emperor. Two powerful outstanding talents undergoing their tribulations at the same time. This is probably the first time such a scene has happened since ancient times. What's even more incredible is that one is the legendary peak nine-colored Emperor's Road, and the other is the unheard-of Soaring Blood Road. I wonder which one is more incredible. Most likely, the Kunlun continent's Emperor Wu has been startled. I wonder how many Emperor Wu will fall in this battle. The Blue Dragon King is probably in some danger. If this continues, the deity Dao Union will defeat the Haodian sect sooner or later. Outside Meteor Trail City, the cultivators rushing over were all stunned by this scene. Such a scene deterred some of the Emperor Wu from entering Meteor Trail City. They could only watch from afar lest they get caught up in the shockwaves. The situation was already clear. The peak forces of the Haodian sect were routed. This was reflected in Xiao Chen's Emperor's Road. He had only taken 100 steps, but Di Wuk had already taken 1,000. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Just at this moment, a relaxed voice rang out in the distance. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned pitch black. As the starlight filled the sky, the handsome cyclic astral lord rushed over with Chu Yang in tow. With one finger, he extinguished the divine finger that Emperor Forsaken was still brewing. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the cyclic astral lord arrived so quickly. The cyclic astral lord is here. Mo Chen and the others cheered. They could only feel anxious in this huge battle. There was no chance for them to interfere at all. The arrival of the cyclic astral lord, a prime, gave everyone a glimmer of hope of turning the tide. Three holy masters, block him. Emperor Forsaken ordered expressionlessly. With the strength of the three holy lords and the holy beast totems, blocking the cyclic astral lord was nothing. Why the trouble? A drawn-out sigh resounded. The myriad law fiend master suddenly appeared, and the aura of a prime spread out. Immediately, the three holy lords no longer dared to move. Once they left, no one could block the attacks of a prime on Di Wuk. The myriad law fiend master is here as well. Another prime. Startled cries rang out. The myriad law fiend master narrowed his eyes and threw 3 palm strikes, causing the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu, who was sneak attacking Xiao Qin, to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Whoosh! 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 A black cloud flew over from the distance in the sky. The Blood Shark Sovereign led the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea over. These are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. What a fellow! How many people did the Blue Dragon King invite to protect him? Before the many Emperor Wu could exclaim in shock, the Holy Lords of the Heavenly Province Academy, the 5 Poison Sect, and the Yin-Yang Paradise appeared one after another. Under the pressure of the strong auras, the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu no longer dared to make a move. He revealed horrified expressions as he retreated. What's going on? The powerhouses of the oceanic world are all rushing over. The Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union side all retreated, gathering behind the ghost monarch and the corpse god with somewhat grave expressions. They knew that Xiao Qin had convinced some people in the oceanic world. However, they had not expected that he had moved all the peak characters of the entire oceanic world away. They knew that Xiaoqin had convinced some people in the oceanic world. However, they had not expected that he had moved away nearly all the peak characters of the entire oceanic world. Qitian, didn't you say that you have a way to stop these people? Why did they still come? What are we supposed to do? 4 primes, 18 sovereign martial emperors, and 3 holy lord. The heaven-punishing corpse god sent a voice transmission to Emperor Forsaken while suppressing his rage. However, the rage in Emperor Forsaken's heart was even greater than his. The treasure master had clearly promised him that he would help block half of the great martial emperors and primes. However, he did not manage to block a single one, and all of them rushed over. Heavenly Star Treasure Master, after this is over, I will definitely kill you. Emperor Forsaken's eyes were filled with dense murderous intent. He wished that he could rush over and tear the treasure master into 10,000 pieces. Without the Thunder King around, he was the strongest expert of the Kunlun realm. However, a heavenly starry ocean's treasure master played him for a fool. Qitian, if you stop now, I can let bygones be bygones. The gentleman's agreement is still valid. Zongtian said as he stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken laughed loudly and said, Zongtian, when I became a prime, you were not even worth a fart. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? Stop pretending to be righteous. Today, Xiaoqin will die. No matter who comes, it will be useless. Emperor Forsaken held up the sky with one hand, and space shattered. A terrifying aura came from it. Zongtian and the other primes frowned slightly as they looked at the mysterious existence in the crack. At the same time, they felt startled. There seemed to be an existence surpassing prime in there. Chapter 1380. The aura that leaked out from the pitch-black spatial tear put heavy pressure on everyone. Everyone within several million kilometers of Meteor Trail City felt like there was a dagger pressing down on their backs, not daring to move at all. Even Diwuk and Xiaoqin, who were walking on their Emperor's Road, felt some pressure. However, the two of them could not afford to be distracted. Their great tribulations of wind and fire were each more ferocious than the other. Diwuk glanced around and saw that Xiaoqin had only taken a few steps. He calmed down slightly. However, when Xiaoqin raised his head and looked at his 9-colored Emperor's Road, he, who had just taken 100 steps, immediately felt some despair. Of the 9,000 steps, Xiaoqin had not even walked a tenth of them, and he was already injured to such an extent. Can I really finish walking the legendary Emperor's Road, which is said to be the highest level? No, I cannot feel despair. I have to finish walking this Emperor's Road. This is my, Diwuk's, last chance. The despair in Diwuk's heart only lasted for a moment before vanishing without a trace. Xiaoqian's gaze turned resolute and stubborn once more. His determination and desire for this Emperor's Road were no less than Xiaoqian's. Xiaoqin had only just started walking the 10,000 steps. This path was filled with many uncertain factors. Xiaoqin did not even know what would happen after he finished walking it. However, Xiaoqian's mentality was much better than Diwuk's. He did not have any messy thoughts. There was only one goal in his heart, to finish walking this bloody path. It did not matter if he became a demon or attained the Tao. On Haotian City's side, because of that mysterious energy, Zongtian, the myriad law fiend master, and the other primes gathered together. They all showed extremely grave expressions. Is that an aura surpassing prime? Zongtian asked uncertainly. The Fox King frowned and said, it is impossible for the Kunlun realm to have an existence surpassing prime. That is impossible. What exactly is this? That was right. The Thunder King was very strong. However, he did not surpass prime. Whether or not there was a pinnacle above the Supreme Being realm was still a question. However, the Kunlun realm did not have any existences that surpassed Prime. Or rather, if one surpassed Prime, they would not be able to remain in the Kunlun realm. This was 100% certain. The myriad law fiend master's normally calm expression turned somewhat grave at this moment. He sighed softly and said, "What if the existence in here came from the Kunlun realm in the first place?" The other primes suddenly recalled that the deity race was not a race of the Kunlun realm in the first place. They came from the mysterious outer domain. However, more than 100,000 years had passed, and the first generation of the god race had already died out. Could it be that the god race powerhouses of that generation still had a chance of survival? Shio! Suddenly, a gaze shot out from the crack. The four primes sensed it at the same time and instinctively looked in the direction of that gaze. Within the curved, pitch-black crack, there was a world of its own. A dignified old man of the god race sat on a golden throne. He wore a crown on his head. There was an extremely ancient aura in that gaze. With just one look, one would believe that the old man on the throne was in existence on the level of a living fossil. Although the old man's aura was strong, the four primes could not feel any life force from him. It was like he was somewhere between life and death. Just as the four primes felt suspicious, they saw the old man on the throne wave the divine halberd in his hand. Scatter! The four primes sensed extreme danger at the same time. Their figures flashed, and they moved thousands of kilometers, rushing into the sky, wanting to fly into the starry heavens. Ever since they became supreme beings, the four of them had never felt such a dangerous feeling. It was inconceivable to the extreme. How did the primes move? Others could not even see their trajectories clearly. Just like that, these four primes ran into the sky. Paw! However, a huge, formless golden palm smashed down from the starry heavens. The four supreme beings each spat out a mouthful of blood as they were forcefully smacked down. Such a scene was very shocking. Four primes were sent flying at the same time. No one could imagine such a scene. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor were stunned. Primes were practically undefeatable in the Kunlun realm. However, today, four primes were sent flying at the same time, severely injured. Was this the trump card of the deity race? This was simply too horrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly, bolts of black lightning appeared in all directions in the sky for 5,000 kilometers around, roaring ferociously as they charged at the deity race old man in the crack. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. He had expected this long ago, so he quickly stopped summoning. The crack quickly mended and mended. However, several bolts of black lightning still charged in before the crack mended. This was the divine punishment of the heavenly Tao. The Kunlun realm could not allow existences surpassing primes to exist. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Several bloody holes appeared on Emperor Forsaken's body. Blood gushed out like fountains, and his complexion paled. Brother Xing Tian, hurry up. Ingzongtian's group of four are already severely injured. Just one of you is enough to suppress them. Don't let them have any chance to counterattack. Emperor Forsaken said quickly and anxiously as he pressed on the acupoints of his body. Clearly, he paid a huge price this time. The heaven-punishing corpse god ignored the doubts in his heart. When he heard how anxious Emperor Forsaken was, he pushed off with his feet and chased after the four primes that were sent flying. Brother Qitian, make another move and directly break that Xiao Chen's Emperor's road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor suggested after seeing the strength of that deity race old man. Emperor Forsaken shook his head. That is the body of my deity race old ancestor. After receiving the energy of millions of believers, he barely managed to leave behind a strand of his soul to live until now. His strength already surpassed that of a prime long ago and is not compatible with the heavenly Tao. I cannot endure the lightning of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment a second time. Only now did the Dongyue Ghost Emperor notice Qitian's injuries. He asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. All members of the deity Dao Union, heed my orders. Fight with all your might and kill Shao Qin on his Emperor's Road." With this command, the entire deity Dao Union's attack, which had stopped, ferociously charged over again, heading for Shao Qin's bloody Emperor's Road. Immediately, the sky became densely packed with figures. All the deity Dao Union cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, charged over. Block them. Although the 4 primes of the Haoyan sect were not here, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Holy Lord were. When they saw this scene, they immediately blocked the flood-like cultivators above the Emperor's door. At this moment, Mo Qin, Yu Bingyun, and Juanxi, Bai, and the others soared into the air as well, joining the group blocking the deity Dao Union. Under the 500,000 kilometers of bloody clouds, the largest chaotic battle since the fall of the Qing Emperor immediately unfolded. That was right. It was indeed a chaotic battle. Emperor Forsaken gave the order. All the cultivators of all sizes in the deity Dao Union participated in the battle. The Haoyan sect's side was broken. Everyone fought. With so many people, the scene turned chaotic, completely uncontrollable. On the other hand, the 3 holy masters each guarded a side under the 9-colored clouds, preventing Diwuk's great tribulation of wind and fire from being interrupted at all. When Diwuk saw this scene, he felt even more confident on his Emperor's Road. His cultivation seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. On the bloody Emperor's Road, Shao Qin was in a miserable state. Not only did he have to face the various wind tribulations on the bloody Emperor's Road, but he also had to dodge the attacks of some deity Dao Union cultivators. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Even so, he continued to advance step by step, not feeling dispirited at all. The long-awaited bloody rain fell again. However, this time, it was a true bloody rain. Along with the bloody rain were countless corpses falling from the sky on both sides of the bloody Emperor's Road. There were corpses from the deity Dao Union side and the Haoyan sect side. This chaotic battle was extremely intense. On the other side, the heaven-punishing corpse god fought 1 against 4. Indeed, it was as Emperor Forsaken said. The heaven-punishing corpse god held a great advantage, fighting to his heart's content. He laughed maniacally without end, completely suppressing the 4 primes. Zongtian and the other 3 felt extremely sullen in their hearts. However, that heavenly deity's hand had shattered their hearts of an emperor, severely injuring them. The battle under the blood clouds was intense. Although the Haoyan sect had fewer people and no primes, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the many holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean barely maintained a balance. The battle under the blood clouds was intense. Although the Haoyan sect had fewer people and no primes, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the many holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean barely maintained a balance. This did not cause the defensive line to crumble, resulting in large-scale attacks landing on the bloody Emperor's Road. However, this balance would soon be broken. This was because the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who was beside Emperor Forsaken, was about to make a move. When Emperor Forsaken saw the corpses continuously falling from the sky and the scattering Emperor's essence after Emperor Wu died, Emperor Forsaken sighed. The heaven-abandoning deity's sovereign sighed somewhat. He said softly, "Ghost Monarch, make your move. It is time to end all this." Void Scarlet Heaven Sword. Coiling Monarch Time's Saber. Just at the most dangerous moment, a saber and a sword flew over from the distant sky. The saber and sword pierced through the sky. Everywhere they passed, they pierced through the corpses of countless deity Dao Union cultivators, heading for Emperor Forsaken. Saber sword 2 sovereigns. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's expression turned stern, startled by his current condition. Given his current situation, it was not good for him to face 2 transcendent divine weapons at the same time. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor had to make a move to help. However, would the Ghost Emperor make a move? Even though they were on the same side, Emperor Forsaken did not feel confident. After all, this was a rare opportunity for him to fall. Chapter 1381. Summoning the deity race ancestor resulted in Emperor Forsaken suffering from the lightning of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment. Based on the hole in his chest that had yet to close, it was clear how severe his injuries were. The physical body of a prime was already incredibly strong, even if one did not focus on cultivating the physical body. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. Even now, Emperor Forsaken still had not recovered. Clearly, he was severely injured. The saber sword two sovereigns' timing was very accurate. Emperor Forsaken could no longer dodge the attacks of these two transcendent divine weapons. Even if he did not die, he would lose his combat prowess and fall into extreme danger. At the crucial moment, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor stepped forward and shielded Emperor Forsaken, helping him receive the saber and sword. Dang! Amidst the deafening rumble, the space distorted and refracted. Strange cracks appeared, sending some of the people in the vicinity flying. Although the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who caught the saber and sword, did not move back at all, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He was significantly injured. The Scarlet Heaven sword and the Time saber quickly bounced back. Two figures streaked across the sky and caught them, charging into the back of the nine-colored clouds. This was the first time outsiders barged into the area covered by the nine-colored clouds. Although the chaotic battle was intense and rumbling, it took place under the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds. The three holy masters guarding Diwok only took one look and did not move. This was because the saber sword two sovereigns were not looking for Diwok. Instead, the saber sword two sovereigns charged into the back, targeting Emperor Forsaken. The saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun were the sovereign martial emperors closest to primes in the Kunlun realm. When the two worked together, in addition to their transcendent divine weapons, they could suppress a prime. The appearance of these two people caused the situation to return to a balanced state once again. This also made the many neutral Emperor Wu and the cultivators watching the excitement outside Meteor Trail City breathe nervously. The saber sword two sovereigns are here. Their tribulations really attracted the attention of the entire world. The number of major characters of the Kunlun realm who did not come can be counted on one hand. I wonder who will succeed in the tribulation first. Amid the rather calm discussions, Wu Xiaotian and Lu Xiaoyun pointed their transcendent divine weapons at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken. The Ghost Monarch said coldly, "Are the two of you tired of living?" The Ghost Monarch said coldly, "Are the two of you tired?" Lu Xiaoyun said calmly, "Ghost Monarch, the two of us do not have any other intentions. We just want to force the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign to stop here. If we continue, the Kunlun race world demon emperor will spirit, we will realm, demon god spirit realm and race, world emperor king will demto world." Wu Xiaotian continued, "Don't forget about the 100 race war 100,000 years ago. It caused the Kunlun realm to fall from its peak to its current state." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor scolded, "Foolish. It is precisely because of the war with the deep abyss demonic world that we need to consolidate all our strength. This is the purpose of establishing the deity Dao union. The Haotian sect is the first step for the deity Dao union to unify the Kunlun realm. The two of you are really short-sighted. To think that you are not embarrassed to call yourselves the Saber Sword Two Sovereigns. Help me delay for 4 hours. I'll personally make a move and suppress these two reckless fellows." Emperor Forsaken's cold voice came from behind. Right after he spoke, black electric light suddenly leaped out of his body. The electric light exploded in the distant sky, blasting a huge hole in the sky. This was Emperor Forsaken seriously treating his injuries, trying to force out the heavenly Tao divine lightning in his body. As Emperor Forsaken sat down cross-legged, many small worlds appeared behind him. Countless believers prayed in the shrines in each small world. At this moment, the hundreds of lower realms that the deity race controlled and the shrines in the various parts of the Kunlun realm started pouring the power of faith into Emperor Forsaken. This was the strongest prime under the Thunder King. When Emperor Forsaken got serious, anyone would tremble in fear. Attack! The saber sword two sovereigns exchanged only one glance and immediately came to a tacit understanding. Xiaochen absolutely could not let the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign successfully treat his injuries. This was a great opportunity to get the deity Dao union to stop. Working with the saber and the sword, the two quickly started fighting the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor fought one against two. As he faced the two's storm-like attacks, he immediately felt heavy pressure. After the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken were dragged into the battlefield, the entire Meteor Trail city descended into complete chaos. No one could remain unscathed. Xiaochen walked the bloody path with much difficulty. Unknowingly, he had already taken 1,000 steps. Of the 10,000 steps, there were still 9,000 steps left. It looked like he still had a long way to go. When Xiaochen crossed the 1,000 steps, a warm current appeared in the blood and marrow in his body. It felt warm and extremely comfortable. Invisibly, Xiaochen felt that the bloody path under his feet had improved his physical body significantly. His vital qi increased explosively. He gently clenched his 5 fingers, and his joints and bones crackled as dragons roared endlessly. Xiaochen's control of his vital qi was much easier than before. Before he even used his full power, he could already drive 100 dragon force. Could it be that with every step I take, my physical body will improve? After taking 1,000 steps, I will complete a cycle of accumulation. Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, he looked at the bloody Emperor's road again, and excitement appeared in his eyes. There were still 9,000 steps left. That was to say, there were still 9 more chances for a metamorphosis. After the 9 metamorphoses, when I push open the Emperor's door and reconstruct the golden body, I wonder how much stronger I will become. With this thought, Xiaochen's fighting spirit became even stronger. Advance to Martial Emperor. Advance to Martial Emperor. I have to complete this bloody path. At the same time, Di Wuk, who had completed 1,500 steps, also felt the benefits of this 9-colored Emperor's road. Xiaochen's entire body gave off a 9-colored light. When he punched with his full power, he actually scattered a wind tribulation. How strong! My body actually underwent a metamorphosis. It turns out that this 9-colored Emperor's road has such benefits. My physical body has always been my weakness. After completing this Emperor's road, I will be able to contend with Xiaochen's physical body. Di Wuk rejoiced in his heart. The remaining Emperor's road would allow him to metamorphose another 5 more times. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the Emperor's door. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Be it for himself or for the dead divine daughter, he needed to push open that Emperor's door. The 9-colored Emperor's road, this is heaven taking care of me. As long as I finish it, I will be able to personally kill Xiaochen. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. Bolts of divine punishment lightning were forced out of Emperor Forsaken's body. The saber sword two sovereigns worked together to suppress the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Several saber wounds appeared on his body. However, Wu Xiaotian and Lu Xiaoyun could not bring themselves to smile. This was because Emperor Forsaken's complexion was turning increasingly better. The divine light on Emperor Forsaken's body had already condensed into a pillar of light soaring into the sky. The resplendent divine might caused winds to blow and clouds to churn, creating many mysterious phenomena. Boom! The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign finally forced out the final bolt of heavenly punishment lightning. Divine weapon Great Palm Imprint. Die! Emperor Forsaken, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, suddenly stood up. He formed hand seals with both hands, and boundless mental energy spread out. Emperor Forsaken narrowed his eyes, and his strong mental energy turned into countless weapons flickering with divine light. They looked solid and surrounded the saber sword two sovereigns. Xiao! 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 Countless tiny holes immediately appeared in space. The saber sword two sovereigns brandished their transcendent divine weapons and continuously blocked, giving off clanging sounds. The sound waves traveled far into the distance. Outside Meteor Trail City, several mountain ranges that rose and fell were shattered by the shock of the sound waves. Just the sound waves emitted were already so powerful. From this, it could be seen how powerful the psychic weapons that contained divine light were. Pa! While the two sovereigns defended, Emperor Forsaken and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor attacked together, each landing a palm strike on the two sovereigns. The two vomited blood as they flew back. The divine light weapons immediately pierced through their bodies, riddling them with wounds. The two primes stood side by side, looking coldly at Wu Xiaotian and Lu Xiaoyun. Even if you have transcendent divine weapons, you are still far from being able to fight with primes. Emperor Forsaken mocked. After exhausting the power of faith from tens of thousands of deities' Templars for 4 hours, he had mostly recovered from his injuries. I'll go and kill Xiaoqin. I'll have to trouble Brother Qitian with these two, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. The East Mountain Ghost Monarch said. I'll kill Xiaoqin personally. This time, I have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I'll personally chop off his emperor's road. Decisiveness flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He had already lost his patience long ago. Right now, Ing Zongtian and the other 3 primes were being suppressed by the heaven-punishing corpse god in a sorry state. Now that the saber sword 2 sovereigns were injured, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor could deal with them. It looked like no one could stop him from making a move on Xiaoqin. At this moment, Xiaoqin had gone through a lot of hardships and walked 3,000 steps. Now, he was experiencing the fire tribulation. Xiaoqin already found it hard to walk in the dense blazing divine flame. Furthermore, he still had to deal with the attacks of Emperor Wu. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. However, an even greater danger had arrived. A prime without any fear was about to make a move on Xiaoqin, wanting to personally kill him on his emperor's road. After taking another step, before Xiaoqin could relax, he suddenly felt an extremely bad premonition. Xiaoqian's heart sank. When he looked up, he saw another huge finger piercing through the sky, heading for him. Dang! Xiaoqin did his best to block with his saber. However, the difference in strength was too great. Although he managed to block that finger by a hair's breadth, Xiaoqian's footing was unstable. However, his footing was unstable, and he fell, tumbling down the burning, bloody path. Chapter 1382. Xiaoqian's physical body had already undergone 4 metamorphoses. Now that he faced Emperor Forsaken's gigantic finger again, he could already resist it somewhat. This strike was not enough to kill Xiaoqin. However, the impact was too great. Xiaoqin tumbled on the Scarlet Emperor's road covered in flames. The flames burned, and the pain of all sorts of injuries assaulted him, inflicting unbearable pain on Xiaoqin. He clenched his teeth and did his best not to cry out. Dang! The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the Emperor's road, stopping the rapidly falling Xiaoqin. As though he had a premonition, Xiaoqin suddenly moved to the left. The instant his feet left the ground, a figure suddenly appeared. Just as his foot left the ground, that gigantic finger descended again, landing right where Xiaoqin was originally. When the gigantic finger landed, it generated a strong shock wave. However, the entire Emperor's road did not move at all, not trembling at all. He dodged. Emperor Forsaken exclaimed in shock. For the sake of maintaining absolute speed, he had already sacrificed a significant amount of offensive power. However, Xiaoqian actually managed to dodge. In reality, Xiaoqian could no longer see the trajectory of the other party's attack. He dodged purely based on his instincts. Amid the fierce flames, Xiaoqian spread out his Taiji saber domain and executed the fish dragon step. His figure flickered as he continued forward step by step, not feeling discouraged at all. Xiaoqian had only one thought in his heart: keep going. No matter how bad the external situation was, he could not give up hope. In a breath's time, Xiaoqian returned to the steps he had taken before he fell. When he looked up, he had already traversed more than a third of the 10,000 steps. If there were no external interference, Xiaoqian would have been able to go very far. Raising his leg, Xiaoqian dragged his crippled body and decisively headed for the next step. The instant he took his first step on the scarlet steps, a boundless flame immediately ignited. Boundless flames immediately ignited, and within the flames, 3 ferocious fire spirits emerged. These fire spirits were as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, they did not have a physical body and were extremely difficult to deal with. As Xiaoqian resisted the burning of the flames, he fought with the 3 fire spirits. At the same time, he had to raise his focus, paying attention to the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's gigantic finger that could descend at any moment. His stamina and mental strength had been greatly depleted, causing him to be extremely exhausted. Bang! Bang! Saber intent surged. After killing the 3 fire spirits with much difficulty, Xiaoqian was about to take the next step. Damn it! The giant finger descended again. Xiaoqian frowned and was forced to take 3 steps back. Thud, thud, thud. This time, Emperor Forsaken attacked continuously, forcing Xiaoqian to retreat a full 500 steps. Immediately, Xiaoqian advanced and retreated with great difficulty. The speed of his Emperor's road slowed down completely. F***K, this is too shameless. A celestial emperor using such a method to deal with a junior's tribulation. However, you have to admit that this method is brilliant. There is no need to worry about getting too close. He does not have to worry about getting too close to Xiaoqian's great tribulation of wind and fire. At the same time, he can exhaust Xiaoqian and easily drag Xiaoqian to death on this emperor's road. Indeed. A person's physical strength is not limitless. Under such pressure, Xiaoqian's mind and body could collapse at any moment. On the bloody emperor's road, Xiaoqian's simple actions actually put him under tremendous pressure at every moment. Many of the cultivators watching in the periphery of Meteor Trail City spoke up, feeling pity for Xiaoqian. They seemed to empathize with Xiaoqian's difficulties, shaking their heads and sighing. Mo Chen had been paying attention to Xiaoqian's tribulation at all times. When she saw this scene, she became somewhat anxious. Dang! A melodious sound rang out. It was Yu Bingyun flying forward and blocking a saber strike for Mo Chen. Don't get distracted. All we can do now is help him push back some of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu. If he dies, his mental state will fall into chaos. Yu Bingyun, who held the wind shadow sword, showed worry on her face. However, she still tried to explain things to Mo Chen. In a chaotic battle, one could not afford to get distracted. Mo Chen nodded and thanked Yu Bingyun, then stopped watching. However, she still could not avoid the worry in her heart. Emperor Forsaken revealed a calm smile. Right now, he was no longer in a rush. This feeling of having everything under control was always the best. As long as this dragged on, Xiaoqian would definitely burn to death on his emperor's road in another half an hour. No matter how strong one's will was, the body of flesh and blood was not made of steel. Who could block the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign? Ingzongtian, the myriad law fiend master, the cyclic astral lord, and the fox king attacked again, trying to break through the heaven-punishing corpse god's blockade. Alas, that god race-old ancestors' peak strike that surpassed a prime being's had seriously injured them. Even if they worked together, they were not a match for the heaven-punishing corpse god in his peak state. When the heaven-punishing corpse god saw the scene on the bloody road, he smiled calmly and said, "The four of you, you should just let go. If you continue fighting like this, your cultivation will be affected." The cracks in the heart of an emperor should have been fixed immediately. However, the four who were fighting did not stop. If this continued, the cracks in the heart of an emperor would only grow larger until they could no longer be fixed. The cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. Hesitation appeared in his star-like eyes. "What should we do? Xiaochen can't hold on for much longer." The cyclic astral lord said somewhat anxiously to Xianxia, "Quickly think of something. Did the Thunder King not give you any trump cards before he left?" Xianxia showed a complicated expression. After some thought, he replied, "He did. However, we cannot use it now. It is not time yet." The cyclic astral lord also hesitated in his heart. Should he use the trump card that the Thunder King left behind now? However, the Thunder King had repeatedly instructed him not to use that trump card until the very last moment. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said indifferently, "If we cannot use it, then don't use it. Whether we succeed or fail, everything depends on fate. We just have to do our best." "That's right." Even the junior Xiaochen did not give up. "We cannot give up either. Heaven-punishing corpse, don't be arrogant." Infected by Xiaochen's spirit, the Fox King shouted and revealed his true form. A jade-green nine-tailed spirit fox radiating overwhelming fiendish chi appeared. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at the heaven-punishing corpse god as it roared. The cyclic astral lord hesitated for a while before finally making up his mind to continue fighting. He had already invested so much. He could not bear to give up now. A resplendent star chart slowly floated out of his palm. Xianxia waved his hand, and a radiant Haoyan sword appeared in his palm. The heaven-punishing corpse god's expression changed slightly. He said gravely, "It looks like you are serious. In that case, I will not show mercy." After saying that, a huge black axe appeared in the heaven-punishing corpse god's hand. Boom! The mysterious phenomenon in the sky underwent a startling change. The heavy clouds scattered and churned. When one looked up, one could see the stars, sun, and moon. When the saber-sword two sovereigns, who were fighting with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, saw this scene, they exchanged glances and said, "Let's do our best as well." Right after they spoke, the void sword and the time saber sword intersected. The strong saber domain and sword domain merged, forming a unique comprehension of the saber and the sword. "Damn it! Do you really think that I'm afraid?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark spirit pearl. Inside the transparent bead, there were countless ghosts floating around, exuding terrifying resentment and anger. Whoosh! This was the 10,000 spirit pearl. It contained the aggrieved spirits of more than 10,000 experts. With a thought, it could gather 10,000 spirits and form a clone with the same cultivation as the user. This was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's absolute trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Go all out. Emperor Forsaken is too much of a bully. When the people of the Haoyan sect, who were fighting under the blood clouds, saw Xiaochen's situation, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they went somewhat berserk. Even the normally docile Bai had tears in his eyes. His killing intent spread out, looking extremely terrifying. The chaotic battle, which was already cruel in the first place, became even more intense. Blood splattered everywhere, and the rain of blood became even more intense. Is there any use? Before absolute strength, no matter how unwilling you are, you will have to accept your death. Die. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said coldly and emotionlessly. Then, he waved his finger and suddenly brought out his full power. In an instant, a divine might soared into the sky. He had predicted that Xiaoqin would no longer be able to receive this finger attack. Despair flashed in the eyes of the exhausted Xiaoqin. He could no longer dodge this finger attack. Crack! Xiaoqin was sent flying. His body shattered like glass, and his life aura quickly disappeared. Chapter 1383. Am I going to die? At this moment, Xiaoqin did not feel any pain or hear any sound. The scene before him turned black and white. He saw the tears in Mo Chen's eyes, Yu Bingyun crying, and by charging over without a care for anything else. There was also Fang Baiyu and Juanxi, Yi Qin, and the other good friends and seniors who fought for Xiaoqin. All of them revealed incredulous expressions. All along, Xiaoqin had been blessed with great luck. He had survived many calamities and survived until now. However, this time, when facing Emperor Forsaken's attack, Xiaoqin, who was on the Emperor's road, could not dodge, no matter how great his luck was. This journey was simply too difficult. From the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm. From an unknown Haoyan sect disciple to the white-robed bladesman, then the famous Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin felt somewhat tired. He still remembered that when he first came to the Kunlun realm, he was just a nameless nobody. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain were aloof existences. Just one by Wushu alone placed immense pressure on him. Xiaoqin also remembered the first time he met Di Wuk in Kunlun Mountain's Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, the other party's arrogance and strength. There were too many things of the past that appeared vividly in Xiaoqin's mind. At this moment, before he died, time seemed to pass very slowly. All sorts of scenes flashed in his mind. There was his beloved Lu Ruyue, his most beautiful friend, Mo Qin, and his father, Xiao Xiong, whom he had already reconciled with. Dissatisfied, truly dissatisfied, falling at the final step, dying on this emperor's road. As Xiaoqin looked at the blood-paved emperor's road and the not-too-distant emperor's door, too much dissatisfaction gathered in his heart. Some wanted to cry, while others wanted to laugh. When the deity Dao Union side saw Xiaoqin's life force continuously diminish, they revealed expressions of wild joy. He revealed an expression of wild joy. They won. With Xiaoqin dead, the Supreme Sky sect's morale would plummet, losing all their fighting spirit. The reason was none other than losing a goal to strive for. Who could still fight with conviction? Before he died, Xiaoqin saw everything. His heart, which had always been calm and indifferent, was now boiling with excitement. Did he still remember his dream? Did he still remember the promise he made in Qingyun Peak? Should he give up? No. Never. The road to heaven, the Emperor's door, our blood will last forever, and we will not rest until we die. The never-fading brilliance buried in the bottom of his heart flowed through his body, the never-extinguishing hot blood. Xiaoqin couldn't make a sound, but he used his actions to prove his determination. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the Scarlet Emperor's road with a clang, stopping its falling body. His body was already broken like glass. His flesh, blood, and bones danced in the air like fragments, and then were eroded by the flames. The life force in Xiaoqin's body was slowly disappearing. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaoqin was a dead man. However, despite being in such a state, Xiaoqin dragged his crippled body and continued walking forward on the bloody Emperor's road. Emperor Forsaken hesitated for a while before stopping in the end. He had not fallen to the point of making a move against a dead person. Xiaoqin's consciousness grew increasingly blurry, and the scene turned increasingly hazy. After a while, all the life force in his crippled body vanished. Plop! Plop! Xiaoqin's body fell over, landing on the blazing scarlet path. No! Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls lost control of their emotions as they cried out in a daze. Many figures rushed towards the Emperor's road involuntarily. However, before they could get close, an invisible force knocked them back. The Bloody Emperor's Road was a place that even Emperor Forsaken could not get close to. How could others barge in? Dead. Xiaochen is thoroughly dead. Under the scarlet clouds, the intense chaotic battle stopped. Everyone turned their gazes towards the Road of Emperor. As they looked at the corpses on the Road of Emperor, their gazes were complicated. Even the Blue Dragon King's opponents and enemies could not help but admire Xiaochen. He was indeed a man. Xiaochen's luck was overwhelming, and he was startlingly talented. However, he was surrounded by enemies. This Bloody Emperor's Road was simply too difficult. The death of the Blue Dragon King marked the end of an era, the fall of a legend. Chapter 1384. Kill. The rage of all the outstanding primes of the Haotian Sex Emperor Wu all turned into the word kill. An overwhelming killing intent spread out in the blood clouds. This made the thick blood clouds even more viscous, looking like a sea of blood with countless waves. The sea of blood hung upside down, materializing boundless mysterious phenomena: lightning, aggrieved spirits, lotus flowers, sword chi, saber intent, and many others. An even crazier battle than before started. The Haotian sect side completely forgot about life and death, sinking into some sort of frenzied state. The strong aura frightened the deity Dao Union's cultivators into not daring to clash head-on. Emperor Forsaken frowned slightly. He did not make a move, coldly watching these crazy people. Be it Zongtian, Mo Qin, or the others, in his opinion, their efforts were futile. No matter how strong one's aura was, it was only temporary. When the divine Sun Di Wuk pushed open that emperor's door, this farce would slowly come to an end. After that, the deity Dao Union would expand its factions step by step until it unified the entire Kunlun realm. This was a dream that the deity race's ancestors had not been able to accomplish for hundreds of thousands of years. However, for some reason, Xiaochen kept feeling that something was wrong. However, he could not put his finger on what exactly was wrong. Xiaochen was already dead. On that Bloody Emperor's Road, he turned into ashes, utterly dead. Di Wuk had inherited a great luck and gained an epiphany. His chances of completing his Emperor's Road immediately increased significantly. However, Xiaochen still felt that something was wrong. He frowned heavily, unable to relax. Finally, Xiaochen knew what was wrong. That bloody path to the heavens had not been severed. The Scarlet Emperor's door still existed in the world. The deity Dao Union side continuously retreated. The battle spread from the blood clouds to the nine-colored clouds. However, Emperor Forsaken did not care. His gaze narrowed to a line. Xiaochen's strong mental energy broke through the obstruction of the Emperor's Road and saw the final step of Xiaochen's corpse turning into ashes. There was a saber stabbed into the ground, and beside the saber were two rings. One of them was the universe ring that Xiaochen always wore. Emperor Forsaken recognized it. The other one was old and plain. Even in the midst of the flames, it was not eye-catching. What is this ring? Emperor Forsaken whispered to himself. Apparently, he had noticed the strangeness of the ring. He released his spiritual energy with all his might. Hua! It was as if the scene on the Emperor's Road had appeared in front of him, down to the finest detail. He finally saw a trace of suspicion in the simple and unadorned ring. Dragon. The inner ring was engraved with a blue dragon. It looked ordinary on the outside, without any luster. However, within the inner ring, the blue dragon was shining brilliantly, its radiance even more dazzling than the surrounding flames. He sent out a strand of his divine sense into the inner ring and saw a treasure hall inside the ring. Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken could not help exclaiming excitedly. The Blue Dragon Palace contained the greatest secret of the Qing Emperor. It was mysterious and unfathomable, even more mysterious than the Qing Emperor. It was a forbidden land that primes like them wanted to set foot in. Unfortunately, the outer formation involved the changes of time and space. Even Emperor Forsaken did not dare to barge in. If it were just a spatial formation, it would be fine. Given Emperor Forsaken's attainments in the state of space and his strong strength, he could barge in. The difficult part was the time formation. That was not something that Emperor Forsaken could understand. However, this ring clearly had something to do with the Blue Dragon Palace. If Emperor Forsaken could obtain it, he might be able to enter unscathed and obtain the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, Emperor Forsaken withdrew his gaze and glanced at the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Greed flashed in his eyes. Emperor Forsaken did not want to tell anyone this secret. That's not right. I forgot about the proper matter. Why did the Emperor's road not break? Distracted by the ring, Emperor Forsaken did not notice that aside from the lunar shadow saber and the two rings, there was a weak heavenly snow divine flame there. The heavenly snow divine flame merged with the blazing flames. A mysterious seed was wrapped in the divine flame. Emperor Forsaken swept his gaze over again. However, he did not discover the mysterious phenomenon of the divine flame. A clump of divine flame was not rare on the Emperor's road. Never mind. As long as Wuk can finish his Emperor's road, everything else does not matter. The reason why the Emperor's road did not break might be because this bloody Emperor's road is too strange. Emperor Forsaken shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He attributed the reason why the Emperor's road did not break to Xiao Chen's Emperor's road being too special. On the nine-colored Emperor's road, Di Wuk was currently in high spirits. His sudden epiphany suddenly allowed his strength to soar explosively. Xiao Chen's original weakness, which was lacking in accumulations, immediately made up for it. His injuries also completely healed. As Xiao Chen walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. Nine-colored auspicious clouds surrounded him, and divine music continuously rang out. With every step he took, he punched, shattering all sorts of flames. When Xiao Chen punched, there was a resonant divine music singing immortal songs echoing in the sky, recounting the glory, and legend of the ancient deities. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "This sudden epiphany really came at the right time. I have completely grasped the myriad heaven divine fist. I can borrow the power of the deities and gather it in my fists. With the help of my deity race's deity ancestors, I have nothing to fear from this great tribulation of wind and fire." Di Wuk's aura turned increasingly sharp. As his white hair fluttered, he looked very handsome and sharp. As Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, after 6,000 steps, the mysterious phenomenon around him, the thousands of deity images, turned increasingly realistic. How fast! Di Wuk's wind tribulation and fire tribulation are coming together. He will probably have to slow down a little. This Di Wuk is really good. At first, no one thought highly of him. However, he managed to reach this step without anyone noticing. I see an era coming to an end. Di Wuk's future is limitless. Just as the cultivators in the periphery of Meteor Trail City discussed whether Di Wuk should slow down a little, the various mysterious phenomena around Di Wuk directly materialized a divine kingdom. The various mysterious phenomena around Di Wuk directly materialized a divine kingdom, the vague form of a small world. Countless believers lived in the divine kingdom. Billions of believers sang at the same time, praising the deities. The light looked like ribbons fluttering behind Di Wuk. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! As the ribbons fluttered, the poems of praise swayed in the wind, making everyone's mind dance along with them. Whoosh! The Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire came first, then the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. Di Wuk experienced 3,000 kinds of wind and 3,000 kinds of fire before finally welcoming the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. When Xiaochen took a step forward, the wind and fire merged into a formless demonic creature that launched itself at him. Bang! Xiaochen punched, and the billions of believers in the divine kingdom sang in unison. Xiaochen directly shattered this formless demonic creature, turning it into wind and fire and vanishing into the air. Such a scene was very shocking. No one expected Daoist to still be so strong even after the great tribulation of wind and fire arrived together. He can't block it anymore. Daoist's current strength is too horrifying. He will not have any problems completing his Emperor's Road. How unfortunate. If Xiaochen had not died, and he had not inherited Xiaochen's great luck, given his accumulations, he would have burned to death on his Emperor's Road. There is no need to say anything. The dead cannot be revived. In the end, Daoist will have the last laugh. After Daoist brought out the might of the myriad heaven divine fist to its limits, he was simply like a deity descending to the world. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he advanced rapidly. Xiaochen approached the peak step by step, approaching the Emperor's door that all cultivators dreamed of. Just as everyone's attention was on Daoist, on a mountain peak several million kilometers away from Meteor Trail City, two figures suddenly descended. Suddenly, two figures descended. They were a man and a woman. The man carried a sword on his back and had a relaxed expression. He was handsome and had an innate aura of calmness. However, when he stood next to the woman, his elegance was completely overshadowed, making him unremarkable. There were no words in the world that could describe the woman's appearance. That was a face that would move any man. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the man did not even glance at the woman out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 1385. A man and a woman stood on the summit. They were none other than Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Ling Yu. Ling Yu's charming air seemed to have improved imperceptibly again. This resulted in Chu Chaoyun not daring to get too close to her, even hiding his peripheral vision. Are you sure that Xiaochen is not dead? A murderous intent slowly surged in the demon monarch Ling Yu's cold eyes. An overwhelming storm brewed. Chu Chaoyun nodded and said, naturally. If a cultivator dies, the Emperor's Road will definitely collapse. No matter what Emperor's Road it is the same. The reason why I cannot sense Xiaochen's aura of life now is that he must be using some other method to survive on the Emperor's Road. What method? Chu Chaoyun smiled helplessly. I just arrived and need to observe for a while. I really don't understand you. I'm not even in a rush, yet you are in such a rush, directly rushing to the Kunlun realm from the battlefield. If the other demon monarchs find out, there will be big trouble. It's none of your business, Ling Yu said indifferently. Ling Yu said indifferently. Her gaze had been searching for something on the Scarlet Emperor's Road. However, she could not find anything. Found it. A golden flame danced in Chu Chaoyun's eyes as he revealed a smile on his face. A flame was reflected in his eyes. A seed was slowly sprouting in the flame, looking like it would bloom at any moment. Where is it? Ling Yu asked somewhat excitedly, somewhat unable to suppress her emotions. Daoist gave her a strange look. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The scene of the heavenly snow divine flame enveloping the mysterious seed appeared before the two. The Audumbra flower. Ling Yu said softly. Her anxious heart relaxed somewhat. However, the worry on her face did not lessen. When the Audumbra flower bloomed, a holy king would appear. The instant the flower bloomed, a powerful holy king would undergo a nirvanic rebirth, appearing in the world while bathed in a Buddhist light. However, it would be extremely difficult for the flower to bloom. Only a true holy king could make the Audumbra flower bloom and shed its leaves. Could Xiaochen do it? Unlike Ling Yu, Chu Chaoyun's gaze was focused on the heavenly snow divine flame. At a glance, he could tell that this was a primal chaos flame that was on the same level as the heavenly flame. It was just that it was too weak right now and could not be compared to the terrifying heavenly flame. However, given time, this flame would grow stronger, and its might would not be much weaker than the heavenly flame. Chu Chaoyun retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go. This place is too close. We have to be careful." Wait a moment. Lang Yu felt resentment in her heart. Her eyes suddenly turned blurry. Her eyes, which were filled with temptation, bloomed with thousands of beautiful flowers. Chu Chaoyun glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly looked away. Myriad flower eyes, what are you doing? Leave a gift for Emperor Forsaken. In the distance, on the nine-colored Emperor's road, the white tiger Holy Lord, who was protecting Di Wuk, felt a gaze on him. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to see this gaze, so he turned his head back to look. With just one glance, he could no longer look away. His entire mind was drawn to it. Lang Yu's complexion slowly paled. Thousands of flowers bloomed continuously in her eyes, their colors changing without stopping. Boom! Under the nine-colored clouds, the white tiger Holy Lord suddenly burst out, bringing along the white tiger totem Holy Beast and smashing a palm strike at Emperor Forsaken. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken's attention was focused on the bloody Emperor's road. He had not expected the white tiger Holy Lord to attack him. Caught off guard and at such a close distance, this palm strike, which could roar the mountains and rivers, landed on Emperor Forsaken in the blink of an eye. Emperor Forsaken went flying, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The peak strike of the ninth heaven Emperor Wu was not easy to deal with. What's wrong with me? After the palm strike, the white tiger Holy Lord immediately came to his senses. When he saw what he had done, he immediately felt his hair stand on end, not daring to believe it. Emperor Forsaken showed a sullen expression as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. He said, "Someone charmed you." Emperor Forsaken felt depressed in his heart. The instant he saw the white tiger Holy Lord's eyes, he understood what was going on. The white tiger Holy Lord's expression changed. Someone who could charm him, even if it was just for an instant, had to be a demon monarch. Emperor Forsaken turned his head back and spread out his vast mental energy. When Xiaoqin landed on that mountain, he immediately sensed the auras left by Lang Yu and Chu Chaoyun. He could not help frowning slightly. After a while, he muttered, "Demon monarch Lang Yu." Although the ninth heaven Emperor Wu's palm strike was not easy to deal with, it was not enough to injure Xiaoqin. After the demon monarch Lang Yu made her move, she immediately vanished. What was she trying to do? Why does it feel like she simply has resentment in her heart and wants to vent it? Emperor Forsaken was not surprised that the people of the demonic world made a move. He had even prepared several backup plans to deal with the appearance of a demon monarch. However, he was puzzled by what the Lang Yu Devil Queen had done. "Don't let me catch you," Emperor Forsaken said coldly, no longer thinking about it. Whoosh! Just at this moment, nine-colored spiritual rain suddenly fell from the sky. Dense spiritual energy and nine-colored light drifted around. Wonderful music rang out in the world, moving and ethereal, moving one's heart and enjoying it. It was Di Wuk taking the final 100 steps on his emperor's road. Heaven and earth sang praises for him. Every step he took during the final 100 steps would be accompanied by countless hymns of praise and raindrops of 9 colors. Praises of heaven and earth. It truly lives up to being a 9-colored emperor's road. Such a mysterious phenomenon can appear. This is an eye-opener. There are only the final 100 steps before he can push open the emperor's door. I really want to know what kind of scene it will be after the 9-colored emperor's door opens. Amid the discussions of the crowd, the praises of the divine kingdom behind him, and the wonderful music of the world, Di Wuk walked forward step by step in high spirits. Advance to martial emperor. A stubborn light flickered in Di Wuk's eyes. He suppressed his excitement and quickly walked forward step by step. Right now, Xiao Chen's aura was extremely sharp and unparalleled. He was like a living deity, so strong that it was scary. As he underwent his tribulation, he actually grew stronger. When the Haotian sect's people saw this scene, despair appeared in their eyes. Ingzongtian, are you still going to continue fighting? Of the 4 primes, although the cyclic astral lord held back, the remaining 3 primes fought him with all their might, putting immense pressure on him. The cyclic astral lord's body was already covered in wounds. Right now, his injuries were significant. Seeing that Di Wuk was about to advance to martial emperor, the heaven-punishing corpse god spoke up again. The cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something. However, he did not say anything in the end. Boom! Just as Ingzongtian was about to reply, Di Wuk happened to finish the final step of his emperor's road. He gently pushed, and the 9-colored emperor's door suddenly opened. Immediately, resplendent 9-colored light came from the world behind the door. Bathed in the 9-colored light, Di Wuk looked like the sun, giving off a light that no one dared to look directly at. Everyone was attracted by the 9-colored light. They all looked over and sighed in amazement. Behind the emperor's door, there seemed to be the vague existence of a deity, emitting a 9-colored glazed light. Whoosh! However, just as Di Wuk was about to enter the emperor's door, a scarlet light suddenly descended from the sky. The scarlet light filling the sky was incredibly dense. When it shone on Di Wuk, it completely overshadowed the 9-colored light of the emperor's door. The emperor's door lost all its splendor, losing all its brilliance. What's going on? Such a mysterious phenomenon startled everyone. Even the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign was stunned. To think that there would be a scarlet light that completely overshadowed the resplendent light behind the emperor's door. At Di Wuk's most glorious moment, this scarlet light overshadowed all of his brilliance. Ingzongtian thought of something and immediately looked at the Scarlet Emperor's road. At some point in time, scarlet flower petals drifted up, looking holy and flawless, strange. Scarlet Adumbra Flower. Chapter 1386. Blood-red light descended from the sky, blotting out the sun. The Emperor's door that belonged to Di Wuk should have shone brightly, receiving everyone's attention. But at this moment, he was completely submerged in the red light. He couldn't even see his figure clearly. He didn't even know where the Emperor's door was. What's going on? Big brother Xiao Qin has come back to life. Mo Qin, whose eyes were red from crying, felt somewhat excited and expectant. Even her voice trembled. The dead can be resurrected. That's impossible, right? That's definitely not it. Something strange must have happened to the Emperor's road. A dead person is like an extinguished lamp. How could he come back to life? It's impossible. The Haotian sect's people all appeared excited. They cast aside the deity Dao Union's cultivators and looked in the direction of the bloody Emperor's road. Countless blood-colored flower petals fluttered on both sides of the 10,000 steps leading to the Emperor's road to heaven. A pure and holy aura flew out from the petals. Faintly, one could even hear some Buddhist scriptures floating along with the petals. Adumbra flower. Emperor Forsaken frowned and asked in confusion. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had stopped fighting the saber and sword twin sovereigns due to the appearance of the bloody light, landed beside Emperor Forsaken and nodded. It is indeed the petals of the Adumbra flower. However, according to the records, this Buddhist sacred flower is white. It is a little strange. Buddhism's 3 great sacred flowers. The lotus flower cultivates the Daoist divine powers, the Bodhi tree comprehends the Tao, and the sage king is born. Can this Adumbra flower really allow a person to undergo nirvanic rebirth after blooming? There's a saying in the Buddhist scriptures that the Adumbra flower is an auspicious saying. Once every 10,000 years, a sacred king would be reborn. The Buddhists regard virtue as sacred, and this flower is for people who have great merit and virtue. Could it be that Xiaoqin is one of them? Unexpectedly, Emperor Forsaken's mood did not fluctuate much at this moment. He mumbled to himself as if he was answering his own question, but at the same time, he seemed to be talking to the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. At this moment, his emotions were indescribably complicated. Xiaoqin had brought him too many surprises. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was numb. After so much effort, he finally killed this person. But who would have thought that the Adumbra flower, one of the 3 holy masters of Buddhism, would actually be on Xiaoqin, and it seemed like it could really bloom for him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor remained silent. At this moment, he felt a little tired. He had thought that conquering the Haotian sect was just a small matter. He had never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. In the end, the situation went out of control, attracting the attention of the entire Kunlun realm. The battle with the saber and sword 2 kings was even more exhausting, and it consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Facing 2 peak sovereign martial emperors who wielded transcendent divine weapons and did not fear death was truly tiring. Even a prime would feel mentally fatigued. Qitian, let's take a look at his emperor's road first. Get the deity Dao Union's people to withdraw. Too many people have died already, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. In the chaotic battle, it was unknown how many experts of the various races had died. A sea of blood covered the entire astral river city. This was all Emperor Wu's blood, a terrifyingly thick one. After a long silence, Emperor Forsaken revealed a hesitant expression in his complicated eyes. Withdraw, then. The will of this powerful expert, the strongest existence under the Thunder King, finally wavered. Furthermore, Di Wuk had already advanced to Martial Emperor, and Xiaoqian's situation was still unknown. Indeed, the deity Dao Union should not have any more casualties. With the deity Dao Union's order, all the cultivators of the deity Dao Union heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly retreated like the receding tide. In merely a few breaths, they had all retreated far away. The speed of this retreat was very strange. This showed how much pressure this group of people was under. The strange change this time surpassed all the previous ones, no matter who it was. Even those primes and sovereign martial emperors felt their heads buzzing. The legendary flower appeared in reality. The scarlet light it brought actually eclipsed the light of the 9-colored Emperor's Gate. The neglected Di Wuk felt very depressed at this moment. There was no need to think to know. However, it did not matter. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the bloody Emperor's road. No one remembered that there was still someone pushing open the Emperor's Gate. Suddenly, something strange happened again. All the drifting flower petals on the bloody Emperor's road quickly gathered together. They headed for the heavenly snow divine flame and merged, forming a huge flower bud. An ancient Buddha image appeared in the sky, forming a hand seal with one hand. Then, a Buddhist light descended and landed on that flower bud. Such a wondrous technique. All the Buddhists speak of it when they come. Just like the Adumbra flower, when a sage king appears, the epiphyllum flower will bloom. A series of Buddhist scriptures rang out in the sky, reverberating in the air. With a thought, the flower bloomed. As the scriptures faded, the flower bud quietly bloomed. There were no words in the world that could describe the beauty of this flower. The flower bloomed for an instant and disappeared in an instant. However, the holy and beautiful appearance of the Adumbra flower imprinted itself in everyone's mind. The epiphyllum flower appeared for an instant, its beauty fleeting. This beautiful scene made one sigh: youth is fleeting, time fleeting. Beautiful things were always fleeting. An instant was truly just an instant. However, the instant this flower bloomed, another scene appeared, immediately filling up the disappointment of the epiphyllum flower's destruction in everyone's hearts. A Buddhist light shone from where the Adumbra flower was. Within this Buddhist light, a figure wearing the azure dragon battle armor sat cross-legged. This figure had delicate features, a cold expression, and calm eyes. Who else could it be but Xiaoqin? Xiaoqin opened his hand. There was a seed in his palm. This was the seed left behind after the Adumbra flower died. Xiaoqin's gaze focused on this seed. After coming back to life, Xiaoqin looked at this divine flower seed with many emotions. He had not expected that the Adumbra flower would bloom for him. This holy flower of the Buddhist sect would only bloom for people with great virtue in the Buddhist sect. Xiaoqin was very clear that he would not sleep with people of the Buddhist sect. The Mahasvara Buddha was the reason why this flower could bloom. As the Sky Dome Immortal Lord in Xiaoqin's previous life, he definitely had some karma with the Mahasvara Buddha. However, this was not the time to think about this. Completing this Emperor's Road was the most important. Xiaoqin drew the lunar shadow saber and picked up the 2 rings on the ground. Then, he held them tightly in his hand and looked to the front. The scarlet light filling the sky shrank and condensed. Then, it turned into a piercing and dazzling scarlet light encasing him. Whoosh! The scarlet light scattered, and everyone saw Di Wuk, who had already completed his Emperor's Road. Everyone saw 4 indistinct wheels of light behind Di Wuk. Xiaoqin's eyes gleamed with sharpness. His gaze was as sharp as a treasure sword, deterring others from looking directly at him. As Xiaoqin stood in the sky, he looked like a deity, showing extraordinary might and an overwhelming aura. 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. It really is the 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Di Wuk actually underwent 4 lightning tribulations after pushing open his emperor's door, becoming a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. What a horrifying aura and emperor's might. Even if someone said that he could compete with a sovereign martial emperor now, I would believe it. Cries of astonishment rang out. Everyone was shocked by the strength that Di Wuk erupted with after pushing open his emperor's door. However, Di Wuk, who should have been excited and joyful, showed a sullen expression. The rage that he suppressed in his chest was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. He was angry. How could he not be angry? After completing this 9-colored Emperor's Road, Xiaoqin was already the strongest person to come to the Kunlun realm since the ancient era. However, the scarlet light filling the sky drowned him. All the glory and attention were gone. No one could understand such depression. There was also the death of the divine daughter and many other things. All of this was because of the person on that bloody Emperor's Road. Why? Why am I, Di Wuk, after experiencing so much hardship and completing this 9-colored Emperor's Road, still not comparable to him? Even if you die, you still have to trample on me, Di Wuk. Di Wuk said through clenched teeth, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Chapter 1387. Seeing Di Wuk clenching his teeth, Xiaoqin shook his head slightly. This person was too headstrong and self-opinionated. It was like everything had to be his. However, in the world, as long as one worked hard, everyone would have a chance. Before an opportunity, everyone was fair. Just because one was the divine son and felt that something was yours, it did not have to be. For too many things, Xiaoqin had just walked his own path. He had not deliberately targeted anyone. Xiaoqin had not intended the divine daughter's death. However, Xiaoqin did not regret it. Even if he had another chance, he would still make the same decision as before. Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Xiaoqin. Then, he continued on his Emperor's Road. You want to finish walking this Emperor's Road? Not a chance. Di Wuk roared ferociously and flew over. His speed was startlingly fast. He left behind many afterimages in the air. As the afterimages lingered, space tore open. As Xiaoqin approached his Emperor's Road, the Divine Kingdom appeared behind him. Then, he punched at Xiaoqin, who was illuminated by the red light. Wonderful praises rang out in the world. A bright divine light encased Di Wuk's body, shining brightly. Bang! Ripples appeared in the scarlet pillar of light. Xiaochen paused for a moment. It was not because of Diwok's punch that he stopped. Instead, it was because Xiaochen discovered something else. There was a Buddhist sect light image under Xiaochen's feet. It flickered continuously, reflecting the scarlet light. The scarlet pillar of light blocking Diwok's incredibly tyrannical punch definitely had something to do with this Buddhist sect lotus imprint. Xiaochen raised his foot and took a step forward. The lotus light image under his feet moved with him, remaining under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Xiaochen took a step forward, a boundless flame surged towards him. The fire tribulation was ferocious and powerful. However, Xiaochen, who was shrouded in the blood-colored beam of light, was unable to withstand it. Before Xiaochen could do anything about it, the flames were split into two by the blood-red light pillar, while Xiaochen remained unscathed. What's going on? There's actually someone on the Emperor's road who can interfere and protect him. Such a situation was something that no one had ever seen or heard of before. It must be known that even Emperor Forsaken was unable to help Diwok resist the great tribulation of wind and fire, but Xiaochen now clearly had an external force helping him. This could only mean that the person helping Xiaochen was far more powerful than Emperor Forsaken. Xiaochen thought to himself, was it the Mahasvara Buddha who did it? If that were the case, everything would be easy to explain. The Mahasvara Buddha was an existence equal to the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords, the last immortal to survive the immortal epoch. His strength was unfathomable. Even if it were Emperor Forsaken or that deity race ancestor, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could kill them with a flick of a finger. No, we absolutely cannot let him succeed in his tribulation. Heaven Punishing Corpse Ghost Sovereign, Dongyu, attack with me and shatter his Emperor's door. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken could no longer maintain his calm. For the first time, he felt some fear in the depths of his heart. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven Punishing Corpse God clearly sensed the horror of the situation. Their expressions turned grave, and with a few flashes, they flew above the Emperor's door. It was hard to say whether one prime could shatter the Emperor's door. However, when three primes worked together, it might be possible with a peak strike. Is this the great tribulation that the Thunder King mentioned? Ingzongtian muttered to himself, deep in thought. Shattering the Emperor's door, such a crazy thing was too crazy. Even if the Emperor's door really shattered, the shock wave from the explosion would be sufficient to severely injure the three. This was truly for the sake of ruining Xiaochen's tribulation, ignoring everything else. At the critical moment, a medallion appeared in Ingzongtian's hand. The words, Martial God, were written on the front and a flickering golden word, Command, was on the back. This is the Martial God medallion? The other three primes asked. The Martial God medallion was the inheritance medallion of the Bushan Palace. As long as one possessed the Martial God medallion, they would be the palace master of the Bushan Palace. It was because of this medallion that the three holy masters felt dissatisfied. Right now, the four were injured and could not stop Emperor Forsaken and the other two primes. They could only use the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. Ingzongtian thought to himself, the Martial God medallion was forged by the first master of the Bushan Palace. Using this medallion, one can summon out the clone that the first master left in the medallion. How strong can a clone be? Could it be that one clone can block three primes? The cyclic astral lord said with a frown. The auras of the three primes in the sky grew increasingly stronger. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. In a rare sight, a divine halberd appeared in Emperor Forsaken's hand. Many divine wheels appeared behind him. As the divine wheels spun, many small worlds appeared. Countless believers contributed an endless stream of faith to the heaven-punishing corpse god. Dragon tattoos appeared on the heaven-punishing corpse god's exposed body. They looked like they came to life, swimming around continuously. The heaven-punishing corpse god's body turned into a vast sea with many huge dragons swimming around happily. The 10,000 soul pearl in the Dongyue ghost emperor's hand directly entered his forehead. An azure hell materialized in his eyes, filled with countless malicious spirits. Seeing that the three primes were about to unleash their strongest attacks, the cyclic astral lord no longer held much hope for this martial god medallion. Now, he started to feel some regret. The peak strike of the deity race ancestor was incredibly strong. No one could think of defeating it. Fortunately, that ancestor would not appear for a while. Clearly, Emperor Forsaken did not dare to suffer the consequences of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment again. Otherwise, he would have turned around and left. However, the myriad law fiend master smiled and said, "So, this is the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. If he can really summon out the clone of the first palace master of the martial god realm, even if it only has 10% of the main body's strength, there is no need to fear the three primes." "What do you mean?" "That is a legend. You will see it for yourself very soon." The myriad law fiend master did not elaborate. Xianxia tossed the martial god medallion in his hand into the sky. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and beams of holy light struck that martial god medallion. The martial god medallion in the air started spinning quickly. The light it gave off became increasingly intense. Eventually, it shot out thousands of strands of light. As the light flickered, it shot out in all directions. When the light struck the ground, incomparably deep pits appeared. Shock waves surged out endlessly. Many cultivators within 500 kilometers of Meteor Trail City were affected by the shock waves, all of them knocked back. Amidst the panic, many martial artists hurriedly retreated, their faces pale with fright. The martial god medallion. The Thunder King actually handed the method to activate the martial god medallion to Xianxia. Damn it! That old fogey, the Thunder King. Why is he unwilling to hand over the inheritance of my three holy masters for tens of thousands of years to us? When the three holy masters saw this scene, they suddenly stood up with extremely unsightly expressions. When the last hand seal was completed, the bright light gathered, and a figure appeared. That person held a saber. The light was too intense, obscuring his appearance. All that could be felt was an unruly and proud saber intent. The saber intent filling the air was like the wind or lightning, drifting through the sky and piercing through the clouds. With just this saber intent, everywhere it passed, the wind was no longer the wind and the clouds were no longer the clouds. The wind and clouds between the heavens and the earth disappeared. Only the prideful saber intent filled every corner of the place. As a bladesman, Xiaoqin felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart as he stood on the Emperor's road. His body trembled, unable to move. That's not right. I should have seen this person before. Xiaoqin sighed softly and frowned heavily. Although he could only see the silhouette of the saber image that came out of the martial god medallion, Xiaoqin believed that he had seen this person before. However, Xiaoqin believed that he must have seen this person somewhere before. Who is this? How come he has strength surpassing prime? Emperor Forsaken asked in a trembling voice, his eyes blinded by this light. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The three primes found it difficult to speak. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The three primes found it difficult to speak. Never mind it. Let's shatter the Emperor's door first. Otherwise, we won't even have a chance to make a move. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said with much difficulty through clenched teeth. There is already no chance. Xianxia said indifferently. Right after the Dongyue Ghost Emperor spoke, the mysterious figure of light drew its saber and sent out a resplendent saber light. Chapter 1388. Whoosh! The instant Xiaoqin drew his saber, the sky, the ground, Everywhere he looked was filled with the shadows of saber lights. It seemed like there were boundless saber lights in the world, appearing from every angle, every direction, everywhere. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue ghost emperor could not dodge it all. Regardless of whether it was what they saw, heard, or imprinted in their minds, all they could hear was saber light and saber hum. The saber light turned into a beam, and saber hum resounded, like surging waves or surging thunder. Bang! The Bushan Palace's first-generation palace master raised his hand, and the saber light he sent out knocked the three primes into the air. Pu-ci. The three all vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions turning incredibly pale. The small world of the divine kingdom behind Emperor Forsaken shattered. The miserable screams of his believers reverberated in the world. A terrifying saber wound appeared on the chest of the heaven-punishing corpse god, who had dragon motifs carved on his body and turned into a vast body that looked like it had countless huge dragons. That saber mark was like a vast ocean, splitting it into two halves, slaying countless evil dragons. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was in an even worse state. He nearly went blind in his eyes. The Azura hell materialized in his eyes was completely destroyed, and his eyes felt an incredible piercing pain. The clone of the Bushan Palace's first-generation palace master turned into a beam of light and entered the martial god medallion. Zongtian waved his hand slightly, and the rapidly spinning martial god medallion stopped and quickly landed in his hand. At the side, the cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. Intense desire appeared in the depths of his eyes. Surpassed Prime. It turns out that the first-generation Bushan Palace's palace master is this strong. Zongtian, what's going on? Is the Bushan Palace's first-generation palace master an existence that surpasses Prime? The cyclic astral lord asked anxiously. Zongtian shook his head and replied, no. That's impossible. If he's this powerful, how could he not surpass the utmost being realm? Zongtian said, the Thunder King didn't surpass the Supremes, but he could still intimidate Kunlun. He doesn't have to surpass the Supremes to defeat Emperor Forsaken and the other two. After this, I'll tell you in detail. Now, follow me and continue to intercept and kill Emperor Forsaken. How about that? Now that Emperor Forsaken and the other two were also injured, they were in a much worse state than the four of them. If they were to fight again, they wouldn't be defeated by the heaven-punishing corpse god alone. It doesn't matter. We've already fought for so long. I'm not afraid of fighting a little longer. Don't worry. Seeing the Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Fox King agree, the cyclic astral lord had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. He said, I have no objections. Whoosh! The figures of the four flashed, immediately charging at the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign and the other two. Come, let's go and protect Big Brother Shao Qin as well. The figures of Mo Qin and Juanxi, Fang Baiyu, and the others flashed, blocking Di Wuk, who was about to continue attacking. The remaining deity Dao Union cultivators and the Haotian sect cultivators started fighting with the Sky Dome Realm cultivators again. This chaotic battle was truly never-ending. Di Wuk looked coldly at Fang Baiyu, Mo Qin, and Juanxi, Yu Bingyun, Shu Wei Lingling, and the rest of Shao Chen's friends and seniors. You want to block the current me with just the likes of you. Fang Baiyu stood at the very front with Jiang Chuan. He said sullenly, Di Wuk, now that you have advanced to martial emperor, you even underwent 4 heavenly tribulations. Your future accomplishments will be limitless. Why must you continue making things difficult for Shao Qin? Make things difficult for him. When Di Wuk heard this, he laughed loudly. Since when did I make things difficult for him? He is the one going against me everywhere. Starting from Kunlun Mountain's Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, he has been making things difficult for me. In the end, he even killed the woman I love the most. I cannot swallow this. If you all move aside now, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. I cannot hold back. Mo Chen berated angrily, don't go overboard. From the start to the end, Big Brother Xiaoqin never made things difficult for you on purpose. How can you say that? You. I know you. You are Xiao Chen's closest confidant. That's fine. I will make my move on you first. I will let Xiao Chen have a taste of what it is like to see a loved one die. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. When Diwok punched, he directly executed his consummate move. Countless sagely songs rang out, praising the deity race's most ancient and distant legend. The glory and legends of the past appeared in reality. Heaven and earth rippled, forming a magnificent picture. The moment Xiaoqin punched, he displayed the tyrannical and peerless aura of the deity race reigning supreme in the world. The momentum of this punch was very strong. It advanced ferociously, breaking through Fang Baiyu's and Jiang Chuan's defenses and instantly arriving before Mo Chen. Die! Diwok roared ferociously. A golden light flickered on his fist. A surging emperor's might spread out, vast and endless. Mo Chen felt shocked. In the time it took for a spark to fly, she summoned out the Book of Heavenly Works. 300 different flames came out of her body and formed a refining cauldron. Then, she held it across her chest. Bang! The refining cauldron in front of Mo Chen shattered, and the fist struck her body. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the Book of Heavenly Works sent down another flame, weakening the might of this punch. However, Mo Chen's body did not shatter on the spot. She only flew back and fainted. Not dead. Sensing that Mo Chen still had a breath, Diwok frowned slightly and was about to punch again. Paw! Crackling sounds resounded in the sky. It was in Juanxi's true dragon lightning whip. It turned into a dragon and swept over. Paltry tricks. Diwok casually grabbed the dragon's head. Then, he pulled hard, and the force flowed through the true dragon lightning whip and flung Juanxi away. Shadowless and windless. There was clearly no wind, but Diwok's hair blew messily. At this moment, Yu Bingyun charged over with the wind shadow sword in her hand. Where are you hiding? Come out! Diwok shouted, his voice containing surging mental energy. Xiaoqin directly used force to break through technique. The sound waves shook Yu Bingyun's sea of consciousness. She vomited a mouthful of blood and revealed herself. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew over like meteors. Shui Lingling raised the Emperor Yi shooting Sun Bao and fired from a distance. Diwok smiled in disdain and punched. He executed the second move of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Radiance of Deities. A divine light descended from the sky, encasing Diwok. As his long hair fluttered, he punched from a distance. Explosions resounded, and the 3 arrows shattered in the air. However, the fist light did not lose momentum, knocking the distant Shui Lingling down from the profound bird. These outstanding talents of the same generation who could fight with Diwok in the past were no match for Diwok after he advanced to Martial Emperor. They could not even receive one move, no, not even half a move. At the crucial moment, Fang Baiyu and Jiang Chuan, the 2 greater heavenly martial emperors, arrived and worked together to charge at Diwok. However, the situation was still not optimistic. In just 3 moves, the 2 greater heavenly martial emperors showed signs of being no match for him. Diwok's strength surpassed expectations. Among the greater heavenly emperor Wu, no one was a match for him. However, now, a chaotic battle ensued. Even sovereign martial emperors were dragged into an even larger battlefield. Furthermore, there were strong enemies like the 3 holy masters to deal with. No one could block the current Diwok. His aura was so strong that it could not be blocked. On the bloody emperor's road, Xiaoqin showed a sullen expression. He clenched his fists tightly and started running quickly on the emperor's road. Everywhere he passed, a scarlet pillar of light split the great tribulation of wind and fire in half. The various wind and fire tribulations could not stop Xiaoqin at all. Faster! 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 At this moment, Xiaoqin had only one thought in his mind, to quickly finish this emperor's road that ascended to the heavens and stop the somewhat crazy Diwuk. If he delayed, who knew what would happen? Xiaoqin ran wildly. Soon, only 10 steps remained of the final 3,000 steps of the 10,000 steps. As long as he took these 10 steps, he could push open the emperor's door. Then, he would reforge his golden body and become a martial emperor, ending this chaotic battle. Pu Ci. Just at this moment, Fang Baiyu and Jiang Chuan both vomited blood and went flying back at the same time. Mo Chen and the others, who came to stop Diwuk, could no longer remain standing. Diwuk revealed a cold smile as he swept his gaze across the ground, shifting between Yu Bingyun, Shu Wei Lingling, Mo Chen, and the other girls. Finally, Xiaoqin fixed his gaze on the unconscious Mo Chen. Diwuk, how dare you? On the bloody emperor's road, only one step remained. Xiaoqin turned his head back and shouted coldly as he stood high in the sky. The emperor's door was only one step away. However, 10 kilometers below, Mo Chen and the others hung on the edge of death. Ha! Why would I not dare? Diwuk did not care. He reared his head back and laughed. On the ascending heavens road, Xiaoqian's expression turned extremely sullen. Diwuk, I, Xiaoqin, swear to heaven that I will kill you in this lifetime. Even if you can kill me, you will not be able to stop me from killing all the people you care about. Diwuk laughed in disdain. He did not care about Xiaoqian's threat at all. He soared into the air and flew towards Mo Chen. Xiaoqian's eyes turned cold. The moment the divine daughter died, he made up his mind to personally kill all the people that Xiaoqin cared about. You are seeking death. A ferocious roar came from Xiaoqin, who was only one step away from the emperor's road and the emperor's door. Xiaoqin made a decision that no one expected. He gave up on the emperor's road and jumped down. Boom! The emperor's road shattered, turning into blood that dyed the sky red, looking even more beautiful than the setting sun. Chapter 1389. The 10,000 steps shattered, turning into thick scarlet clouds spreading in the sky. No one expected such a scene. Since ancient times, no one had ever done such a thing. At the final step of the emperor's road, just one step away from the emperor's door, Xiaoqin took the initiative to give up. Under the scarlet clouds, everyone in the chaotic battle revealed stunned expressions, completely stupefied. However, no one noticed that the instant the emperor's road shattered, the scarlet emperor's door in the sky lost its color and flowed out like blood. The color faded and flowed out like blood, turning into a purple emperor's door. Then, it turned into a beam of light and entered Xiaoqian's body. Everyone only saw the emperor's road shatter and blood flow back, filling the sky. However, no one saw that at the same time, the emperor's door, which had shed the blood and revealed its true appearance, entered Xiaoqian's body. The raging Xiaoqin felt something in his heart of an emperor. However, at this moment, he could not be bothered to look at it or care about it. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiaoqin descended from the sky. Diwuk, who was preparing to attack Mo Chen, turned his head back and happened to see the emperor's road shatter, turning into a sea of blood that flowed back into the sky. This scene completely stunned him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Buddhist chants resounded in the sky. Countless cries of pain came from the thick scarlet clouds. The sea of blood surged, and thousands of malicious spirits appeared in it, looking extremely horrifying. That was sin. However, how great did one sin have to be for it to turn into a boundless sea of blood? When Ing Zongtian and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, everyone noticed that something was wrong with the Scarlet Emperor's road. Blood was an ominous sign. When blood appeared on a person's emperor's road, it was a sign of great evil. It was hard to imagine what would happen if Xiaoqin pushed open the emperor's door and absorbed so much sin. With the emperor's road shattering, these sins could no longer be hidden. When they truly revealed themselves, an evil aura spread out in the sky. Even Emperor Forsaken was frightened. No wonder his emperor's road is a path of blood. It turns out that his sin is so deep. Something's wrong. He's a blue-robed emperor. No matter how strong he is, he can't have so many sins. Even a supreme being would find it hard to accumulate so many sins. What's going on? Qing Emperor. It can only be because of the Qing Emperor. He is the descendant of the Qing Emperor. He must have inherited the sins of the Qing Emperor. That's right. Only the Qing Emperor could have committed so many sins. It's too scary. Fortunately, he didn't push open the Emperor's door. If he did, he would be in existence even more terrifying than the Qing Emperor. Looking at the sky full of sins, Emperor Wu felt a chill down his spine, and his scalp went numb. Regardless of what these martial emperors and primes thought, after Di Wuk recovered from his initial shock, he started laughing. Xiaoqin laughed very openly, his eyes filled with mockery. Xiaoqin, you are really tired of living. Good. 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 Many thanks for giving me the opportunity to take revenge personally. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending. Di Wuk punched, executing the extremely tyrannical deities descending of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. His aura instantly soared, and his combat prowess soared tenfold. Xiaoqian's long hair fluttered, each strand releasing a golden light. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending. Xiaoqin, who was descending from the sky, did not change his expression as he similarly executed a Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. It was the same deities descending, fearless. Xiaoqian's vital qi had already reached 100 dragon force in the first place. Furthermore, his physical body had undergone 9 rounds of metamorphosis on the Bloody Emperor's road. Furthermore, the Adumbra flower's nirvanic rebirth had already raised his vital qi to 500 dragon force. His vital qi had already risen to 500 dragon power. 10 times his strength was 5,000 dragon power. Immediately, the soaring dragons behind Xiaoqin roared ferociously, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Although this was far from comparable to the heaven-punishing corpse god's 10,000 dragons soaring with a casual strike. However, 5,000 dragon force was already comparable to the peak strike of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Bang! The two fists clashed. As a fourth heaven martial Emperor Wu's outstanding talent, Di Wuk held the upper hand at the start. It looked like he was about to knock Xiaoqin back. However, at this crucial moment, the Emperor's door in Xiaoqian's body suddenly cracked open, and a surging energy surged out. Di Wuk flew back like a sandbag, not even having time to make a sound. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with the knocked-back Di Wuk. Then, he quickly landed beside Imo Qin. After checking Imo Chen's injuries, his sullen expression relaxed slightly. Yu Bingyun, Bai, Shui Lingling, and the others were all lying on the ground, unable to move. They were severely injured and weak, looking incredibly miserable. When Xiaoqin looked even further away, the entire Meteor Trail city was littered with the corpses of cultivators. The potholes were even filled with blood, forming many scarlet lakes with countless corpses floating in them. When Xiaoqin looked up, he saw a sea of blood in the sky. Under the purification of the Sanskrit chants, countless sins wailed in agony. Immediately, Xiaoqin sighed ruefully, suddenly feeling very tired. He had never regretted anything in his life. He had a clear conscience, a clear conscience, a clear conscience, and a clear conscience. However, if he had another chance, he absolutely would not step onto the emperor's road. If he sacrificed so many people for the sake of himself, what was the point of being an emperor? Little 3, bring them away. After a long time, Xiaochen spoke in a somewhat fatigued voice. Little 3 could sense his depressed mood. Without saying anything, Little 3 came out of the 3-life mirror. Then, her figure flickered as she executed the universal movement. In a few flashes, she brought Mo Qin, Yu Bingyun, Bai, and the others outside Meteor Trail City. Xiaochen slowly stood up and looked to the front. 10 kilometers away, Diwok slowly climbed to his feet amid a thick cloud of dust. Boom! After Xiaochen stood up, his aura surged, and all the dust scattered. That's impossible. I became a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Among greater heavenly Emperor Wu, I can be said to be unrivaled. How can I be weaker than you? Diwok went somewhat berserk. He casually threw 3 punches, and many chains of deities appeared in the air, charging at Xiaochen. These were the chains of deities used by the myriad heaven divine fist to seal and suppress its target. However, in Diwok's hands, this fist technique used for sealing turned murderous. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. Xiaochen soared into the air and used his energy to materialize dragons. In an instant, 500 huge dragons flew out, looking incredibly berserk. At the same time, Xiaochen's surging mental energy entered the huge dragons. It was like adding the finishing touch to a fire dragon, instantly bringing these 500 true dragons to life. Immediately, the 500 true dragons under Xiaochen bared their fangs and claws. They gathered boundless dragon qi and poured it into his body. Using the might of the 500 true dragons, Xiaochen sent out 3 saber strikes. After the 3 saber strikes, all the chains of deities flying at him broke, not a single one remaining. Diwok's strength soared, reaching the 4th Heaven Emperor Wu level. However, Xiaochen had undergone a nirvanic rebirth and walked through 9,000 emperors' roads. He was no longer the same as before. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Eternal Myth. Diwok punched again, and a huge image of an ancient deity materialized behind him. Then, he punched at Xiaochen. That deity was 3 kilometers tall, and a divine might spread out as if it was real. Xiaochen did not panic. He also executed Eternal Myth. However, the deity image behind him materialized Xiaochen's true body. They were both Eternal Myth but took 2 different paths. At this moment, the strong clashed. The instant the 2 clashed, the deity image behind Diwok immediately shattered. Diwok vomited blood and went flying back in disbelief. It looks like you still do not understand. How can there be a deity in this world? Only you are the most real existence. Xiaochen withdrew his hand. Holding the lunar shadow saber, he walked forward step by step. Although Xiaochen had not advanced to martial emperor yet, his aura suppressed Diwok's. Bang! 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 After another 3 moves, Diwok suffered defeat after defeat, each punch severely injuring him. After 3 moves, Xiaochen sent Diwok flying with a kick. He was so injured that he could not get up. What's going on? Xiaochen clearly has not advanced to martial emperor yet. Why is he stronger than Wuk? Emperor Forsaken felt somewhat flustered. He originally thought that Xiaochen seeking trouble for Diwok would just be seeking trouble for himself. He would definitely be taught a ruthless lesson. However, the reality was that Xiaochen completely defeated Diwok, practically hanging him up and beating him up. Pu Ci. Xiaochen, who was advancing, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. A dense flame burned in his body from the inside out. A strong wind blew, making this flame burn even more ferociously. Xiaochen's emperor's road shattered, and his great tribulation of wind and fire started to rebound. This was a process that every person who failed their tribulation had to go through. If one managed to endure it, they would become a half-step Emperor Wu. If one failed, they would be burned alive. However, Xiao Chen's situation was clearly somewhat special. He had taken a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1390. Whoosh! 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 4 figures descended from the sky. Yingzongtian, the myriad law fiend master, and the other 2 immediately protected Xiao Qin. On the other side, Emperor Forsaken also descended, protecting Diwok behind him. The leaders of the 2 sides faced each other. Yingzongtian looked at Emperor Forsaken and said, "Qitian, it is time to end this farce, right? Do you still want to continue destroying my Haotian sect?" Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. You already lost." From the moment Xiao Qin jumped off the Emperor's road, the result was already decided. Hand over the martial god medallion, and the deity Dao Union cultivators will withdraw immediately. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord stepped forward and said, "Yingzongtian, this is something that does not belong to you in the first place. It is best not to keep it. Otherwise, today's disaster will happen again. This is all because of your greed. Hurry up and hand over the martial god token. I'm truly ashamed for all of you. In the end, you're only protecting a sinful demon. What's even more laughable is that this demon actually jumped down in the end and destroyed his own future." The 3 holy masters took turns stepping forward, mocking Yingzongtian to hand over the martial god medallion. Yingzongtian's lips curled up in a cold smile. What a joke. I'm greedy. If not for the Thunder King's repeated instructions before he left, I, Yingzongtian, would not have accepted this hot potato. Let me tell you, the Thunder King begged me to accept the martial god medallion. Since I agreed, I will not let down the Thunder King's instructions. Emperor Forsaken said, "In that case, it looks like we cannot come to an agreement. Yingzongtian, the deity Dao Union will definitely come again half a month from now. At that time, I hope you will continue to be lucky and be able to hold on." Dang! 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 Right at that moment, loud and clear bell tolls suddenly sounded in the world. The bell was resounding and solemn. It had a strange charm as it spread throughout the world. The moment the bell rang, the expressions of the primes present changed drastically. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign looked into the distance and muttered, "Kunlun Mountain's heaven-fixing bell has not rung for more than 10,000 years. What exactly happened?" Kunlun Mountain was the center of the entire Kunlun realm. The heaven-fixing bell hung halfway up the mountain. This bell came from the immortal epoch. Only when something major happened would it ring throughout the Kunlun realm. In fact, it could be pointed out that the bell would only ring when something major happened with the abyss demons. In the sky, 5 huge phantoms suddenly appeared in the clouds. Each phantoms came from a different race: the god race, the demon race, the ghost race, the human race, and the corpse race. If one carefully sensed the auras of these figures, they would discover that they were all peak 9th heaven martial emperors, only a step away from primes. These 5 old men had lived for a long time. Their eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. When Yingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes saw these old men, they all revealed respectful expressions. Clearly, these 5 old men were seniors with extremely high statuses among the various races. The Deep Abyss Demon race is launching an all-out attack on the astral battlefield. Primes of the various races, please hurry to Kunlun Mountain. No one is to be left behind. The 5 old men spoke at the same time. Their voices were resonant, like the sound of the great Tao, ear-splitting. However, what was even more shocking was the news from the old men. The Deep Abyss Demon race was launching an all-out attack on the astral battlefield. All the Emperor Wu and primes felt the gravity of the situation. The astral battlefield was like the Kunlun realm's frontline defense against the Deep Abyss demon race. Once the Deep Abyss demon race occupied the astral battlefield and gained a firm foothold, they would break through the barrier of the sky and launch an all-out attack. That would be a disaster. After all, in the previous demonic calamity, the demons used the spatial tears between the two realms to come in. Not many people could come in. Hence, no matter what, the astral battlefield had to be defended. In comparison, the conflict before them could be put down. They had to. Indeed, this group of demon monarchs really took advantage of this moment to make a move. Emperor Forsaken snorted coldly and said, "Let's go." After saying that, Emperor Forsaken ordered the deity Dao Union to retreat, heading for Kunlun Mountain with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god. The deity Dao Union's army immediately retreated like the receding tide. The three holy masters felt dissatisfied. However, before such a situation, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they had no other choice. Zongtian turned his head back to take a look. Xiao Qin, who suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire, had already fallen, his fate unknown. Xiao Qin quickly stepped forward and checked Xiao Chen's injuries. After letting go, he frowned heavily. "How is it? Did the little fellow make it through?" the myriad law fiend master asked in his aged voice, containing some pity and benevolence. Zongtian nodded and replied, "He made it through. He is still breathing. However, I do not know when he will wake up. The hidden injuries in his body are gone. However, he has not condensed an emperor's soul. He probably will not be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime." After the cyclic astral lord heard that, he snorted coldly and left without saying anything. The three primes found this somewhat strange. However, they were very familiar with the cyclic astral lord's character and did not find it too strange. "I hope that he can accept this blow. Actually, we should have thought of it long ago. Blood rain falling from the sky and the bloody road leading to the sky. These are all ominous signs. We should not have let him step onto the Emperor's road from the start," the Fox King said with a drawn-out sigh, his tone laced with worry. Zongtian relaxed his frown and said softly, "The affairs of the world are like go, unpredictable. Xiao Qin might have profited from his misfortune. Since ancient times, no one has dared to jump off the Emperor's road. I was wondering why he could not jump off. Among us who obediently took the Emperor's road, which of us truly surpassed Prime? In this era where the martial Tao is in decline, we have to break the rules and not take the usual path. Otherwise, we can only continue down our old path." The Fox King and the Myriad Law Fiend Master exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. However, they did not agree with what Zongtian said. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said, "It is a good thing that he made it through. This little fellow is a person of character. We placed too much of a burden on him. Let him live in peace for a while. It is good to be an ordinary person. It is time for us to go." "Right, it is time to go." The three primes stood up one after another and headed for Kunlun Mountain. The Deep Abyss demon race's full-scale attack on the astral battlefield had to be discussed together. In the yellow springs of the ghost race's hell, where only black and white existed, the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a head at some point in time. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva slowly closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "How unfortunate. How unfortunate." He actually jumped down at the crucial step. Otherwise, he would be covered in sin. After this Bodhisattva refined him, he would be able to charge out of this abandoned land. As the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva spoke, the countless aggrieved spirits in the sea of bitterness made signs of conversion. They turned into beams of white light and rushed into the joint between the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head and neck. There was a huge wound there. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The white light flew out continuously, looking like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. However, no matter what, that horrifying wound still healed at a slow pace that the naked eye could not keep up with. Outside Meteor Trail City, after all the primes left, Chu Chaoyun and Leng Yu cautiously came out of a void tear. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Now, do you know why I did not let you make a move?" However, Leng Yu ignored Chu Chaoyun's words. She said softly, "If it were me, would he have jumped down without a care for anything?" When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. At this moment, the demon monarch Leng Yu was actually considering this question. Whoosh! The various holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean descended from the sky and looked at the unconscious Xiaoqin. Their expressions were complicated as they sighed, shook their heads, and left alone. The many emperor was landed and took a look. Then, they ignored him and left. No matter how strong Xiaoqin was, even if he defeated Di Wuk, he was just a so-so in the eyes of the crowd. There was no more room for improvement. Furthermore, after Di Wuk stabilized his cultivation and advanced step by step, he would only leave Xiaoqin further behind. Furthermore, as the various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire and achieved their positions, there would be no more people who could surpass Xiaoqin. People who surpassed Xiaoqin would appear endlessly. The legend of the Azure Dragon King would no longer exist. Many people came and left without the slightest bit of reluctance. Only the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea picked up the unconscious Xiaoqin without saying a word after they landed, preparing to send him back to Heavenly Star Island. Just like when one drank water, only one knew whether it was warm or cold. Only at this moment could one see who one's true friends were. Chapter 1391. The affairs of the world were like a game of chess, unpredictable. 5 years had passed since Blue Dragon King Xiaoqian's startling leap during his great tribulation of wind and fire, which shook the Kunlun realm. In the long years of the Kunlun realm's cultivators, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Some cultivators might even spend 5 years in closed-door cultivation. The world would not change too much in 5 years, as 5 years was too short. While 5 years was short, it could be very long. This was because in the past 5 years, the Kunlun continent had been surging like a storm. The city walls changed, and the various outstanding talents took the stage. It was very bustling. Earlier, Di Wuk ascended to the martial emperor position and advanced rapidly, cultivating to the 6th heaven in one go before Emperor Wu stopped and led the outstanding talents. Then, the outstanding talents of the various races advanced to martial emperor one after another. All sorts of legendary emperors' paths appeared, chasing after Di Wuk. There were even some outstanding talents who were not inferior to Di Wuk's. Once they advanced to martial emperor, they became like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. There were also several people who had been unknown before they advanced to martial emperor, people no one had heard of. After they advanced to martial emperor, they shone brightly, their luck overturning, flabbergasting everyone. The golden age of the martial epoch, which was celebrated 20 years ago, finally arrived 5 years later. The great age of the various races competing and the stars shining had arrived. Even Di Wuk did not have absolute strength in this age. When the age of geniuses arrived, there would be a great calamity. The prophecies of the predecessors were right. After that intense battle 5 years ago, the astral battlefield still fell. The Kunlun realm lost its front lines to defend against the demons. Fortunately, that battle allowed the deep abyss demon races to see the hidden trump cards of the Kunlun realm. Although they took the astral battlefield, they suffered heavy losses and did not dare to launch an all-out attack. Now, one should not be surprised to see demon cultivators in the Kunlun realm. They were simply too ordinary. With the astral battlefield as the front line, it was too easy for the demon experts to come to the Kunlun realm. The major characters could not do anything about it. As long as the demons did not launch a large-scale attack, the primes would not care about these scattered demon cultivators. It was a prosperous era, but it was also a chaotic era. This was the best era. Outstanding talents of the various races emerged one after another. Stunning enchanted treasures continuously appeared in the various forbidden lands. This was also the worst era. The abyss demons had the upper hand, and the shadow of the 10,000-year demonic calamity was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. The Kunlun realm and the demonic world could erupt into an all-out war at any time. There was no winning or losing in this battle, only life and death. Once they were defeated, the blow it would bring to both sides would be the most tragic disaster. As for the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, there were countless rumors about him in the beginning. It was said that he was burned to death by the backlash of the wind and fire tribulation, and not even his bones were left. It was also said that he was lucky to survive, but he was stuck at the half-step Emperor Wu for the rest of his life, and his cultivation had fallen by half. There were also those who said that his cultivation had been completely crippled, and that he was now just an ordinary person. There were all sorts of theories, but as time passed and the Golden Age descended, the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, who had not shown his face for a long time, was gradually forgotten by the world. After the various outstanding talents advanced to Martial Emperor, they all became famous. They had already forgotten about that legendary person from 3 years ago. How long was 5 years? How short was 5 years? In these 5 years, the world had changed too much, too much. Heavenly Starry Ocean, Western Sea, Heavenly Star Island, Heaven Dragon City. After 5 years, the construction of the Heaven Dragon City was completed. The city walls were even taller and more majestic. It was bustling with activity. It did not decline because of Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin. Instead, it was developing better and better. Compared to Bright Moon City, it was not the least bit inferior. However, the ones who left the deepest impression on this city in the Heavenly Starry Ocean were City Lord Mo Qin and the group of dazzling Vice City Lords. 2 years ago, Mo Qin successfully cleared her great tribulation of wind and fire and ascended to the Martial Emperor position. On that day, a mysterious phenomenon descended from the sky. Blazing flames spread throughout the sky. The 9,000 Holy Fire Emperor's roads were no weaker than Wuxia's 9-colored Emperor's road. When she took off her veil, everyone gasped in surprise. The half-veiled City Lord Mo Qin was actually a stunning beauty. She was no less beautiful than Yu Bingyun, each with their own charm. Although the Blue Dragon King did not advance to Martial Emperor, after Mo Qin, his old friends, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, Lan Tianji, Yu Yu, and the other Dragon's Gate elders all succeeded in clearing their tribulations. There was also the former Lunar Palace's holy daughter, who stayed in Heaven Dragon City. The two great beauties of the Kunlun realm gathered in Heaven Dragon City. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Under the lead of this group of good friends and confidants, the Dragon's Gate even showed signs of becoming the center of the entire oceanic world. Be it the various holy lands of the Heavenly Starry Ocean or the peak sects of the Dark Sea, the Storm Sea, or the Ice Sea, they all had branches stationed in Heaven Dragon City. Heavenly Star Island was still the same island from back then. Heaven Dragon City was still the same city from back then. However, no one mentioned the name of the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin for a long time already. On this particular day, in the most bustling hall on the first floor of an inn in Heaven Dragon City, many cultivators intensely discussed the recent major events. Have you heard? Not long ago, the Zodiac Hall's holy son, Chu Yang, fought against 3 demon outstanding talents in the heart of the ocean. Despite fighting against 3 alone, he still managed to kill them easily. He really brought honor to our Heavenly Starry Ocean. After the holy son Chu Yang advanced to Martial Emperor, he grew stronger as he fought. I heard that he is already a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor. This golden age is really regrettable. All these outstanding talents underwent at least 2 heavenly tribulations when they pushed open their emperor's door. Furthermore, all of them have overwhelming luck, and their cultivations soar to a frightening level. 1 year is equivalent to 10 or 20 years of the older generation's bitter cultivation. There is nothing to be regretful about. This is a golden age, and the heavenly Tao favors them. Everything is possible. If these outstanding talents did not have such strength, how could they compete with the royal clan outstanding talents of the demonic world? That's true. The demon cultivators have become increasingly arrogant in the past few years. They even dare to openly kill people in the Kunlun realm. This has been the case since ancient times. The most glorious age is usually accompanied by the most chaotic age. If the world is not chaotic, how can there be outstanding talents? That's right. It is just that we do not have good luck. Otherwise, we would be able to slaughter demons in this chaotic age and gain fame. Everyone in the hall discussed the glorious deeds of the holy son Chu Yang and the increasing number of demon cultivators in the Kunlun realm. When the topic shifted to the demon cultivators, the discussions in the hall immediately reached a climax. Now, everyone's expression changed at the mention of demons. In the past, they only heard of demon cultivators in legends. They were practically everywhere in the various forbidden lands. Occasionally, news of demon experts killing or humiliating Kunlun realm cultivators would spread out. When mentioning the demons, the cultivators of the various races of the Kunlun realm would put aside their grudges and work together against a common enemy. For Chu Yang to be able to kill 3 demon experts so easily, it had to be said that this helped this group of ordinary cultivators vent a lot of resentment. Humph. Just as everyone's discussion reached its peak, a person walked over from the corridor. He snorted coldly, and a cold intent spread out from his body. Along with the chill, there was also a terrifying demonic aura on this person's body. For a moment, the lively hall suddenly became silent. No one said another word. When one looked carefully, there was a purple mark on this person's forehead. This was the mark of the royal clan of the demonic world. The cultivators in the hall immediately felt their hearts sink. No one had expected that a demonic world royal clan expert was actually staying in this inn. This person slowly walked down. As he looked at the silent hall, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. The ignorant are innocent. Only a bunch of trash like you would dare to spout such arrogant words. Even if the so-called holy scions of your heavenly starry ocean stood before me, Feng Zi, they would not dare to say such things. Bunch of trash. Feng Zi. It's him, the outstanding talent of the royal clan of the deep abyss demonic world's wind demon monarch bloodline. In the past few years, he has killed several Emperor Wu of our Kunlun realm. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's holy scions lost to him. We are in big trouble.